We will now begin the City of Boynton Beach City Commissioners meeting today, Tuesday, March 19, 2019 at 6:32 p.m. Would everyone please rise for an invocation led by Reverend Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Amy Kelly.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for another day. Thank you for this opportunity to serve in this great city. We ask a special blessing upon our commissioners, our mayor, and everyone who's in their prospective places. We pray, Father, that this meeting will be conducted according to your will and to your desires. Help us, Lord, to agree to disagree and move this city on in the way that you would have it to go. And Lord, we will be so careful to give you all the honor and all the praise that you deserve. For it is in our Savior's name that we pray. Let every heart say, Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Stephen B. Grant.
Here.
Vice Mayor Christina L. Romulus.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Katz.
Here.
Commissioner Mac McCrae.
Here.
And Commissioner Amy Kelly. Here. All present, Mayor.
All right. I just want to remind everybody to please silence their phones or turn them off. We do have a crowded room, so if you haven't checked, please do that now. We'll first begin with accepting the official election results from the March 12, 2019 municipal election. Jim? We can't do that. We can't. All right. All right. While they're looking for it, Father, we already did one invocation, but it doesn't hurt to do two, so.
Not opposed to that at all.
All right. So would everyone please rise again for the invocation led by Father Dan Fink.
Thank you, everybody. I was trying to get a parking space. Even my boss couldn't help me get the parking space. God of the universe, we praise and thank you for this time to be in your presence. We ask that you send us your presence, your guidance. We thank you for the gift of the men and women who have been given civil authority to lead our city, and help them guide all of us to your grace and power. God of the universe, God of all creation, bless and keep all here tonight. Send them choicest blessings. Send them health and security, and send them prosperity at all times. We pray this, you God who live and reign forever and ever. Amen.
Do we have the official results now?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
The mayor at large, the winner was Stephen B. Grant. In Commissioner District 1 was Justin Katz. Commissioner District 3 was Christina Romulus. And Commission District 4 is Ty Pensurga.
All right. So we will begin with the swearing-in ceremony. Do you need us to come to you, or can we do it from... You want me at the podium? Well, we don't see anybody at the podium, so but that's all right. Yes. I, Stephen B. Grant,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States,
the Constitution and government of the United
the
States,
state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
that I am duly qualified
that I'm duly qualified
to hold
to hold office
office under the Constitution and laws of the state
under the Constitution and laws under the state
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will and faithfully perform
the duties of mayor
the duties of mayor
of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida.
of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida. Thank you. Picture.
Gotta get your picture.
Would Commissioner Christina L. Romulus please come forward? And family. Please raise your right hand. I, please state your name.
I, Christina L. Romulus,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm that I will support,
that I will support,
protect,
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and government
and government
of the United States,
of the United
the
States,
state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution
under the Constitution
and the laws of the state
and the laws of the state
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and I will well
and I will well
and faithfully
and faithfully
perform
perform
the duties of Commissioner,
the duties of Commissioner
District 3
of District 3
of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida.
of the city of Boynton Beach.
I
I, Ty Pensurga,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United
the
States,
Constitution and government of the United States,
state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the city of Boynton,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution and laws of the state and the city of Boynton Beach,
under the Constitution and laws of the city of Boynton Beach,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of Commissioner of District 4
the duties of Commissioner of District 4
of the city of Boynton Beach.
of the city of Boynton Beach of Florida. Thank you. Thank you.
And now we will have a presentation of plaque to Commissioner Kelly, Amy Kelly. I want to thank you again for your service to the city of Boynton Beach. You did an amazing job being commissioner, being a board member on the CRA, and attending so many different events. And we are so happy to have had you and sorry to see you go. And look forward to seeing you hopefully in the future with the wonderful things that you are doing for the city of Boynton Beach. So thank you again.
All right, I just had just a few words to say. I wanted to express my gratitude to all of the city staff, especially to Lori and to Jim and Colin, and Chief Gregory and Chief Joseph. Their commitment to our city is amazing. So, and also, sorry, I'm getting a little choked up for some reason. To my fellow commissioners who have embraced me as a mom, that I'm just a regular person who wanted to better our city, and so I just thank them for supporting me and their commitment to the city as well.
Mayor, to Commissioner Kelly, before you leave, let me sit down. I'm the oldest up here. Commissioner Kelly, first of all, I want to tell you thank you personally. When it came up for appointing you, I did not vote for you. It wasn't anything personal. I want everybody to pay attention. But I understood that, you know, the person that we selected, we was going to make sure that they was not going to run for that seat. Okay, and I'm glad that you came on board. You learned real fast. It's been a pleasure. The 3 months that you was here, you turned my whole head all the way back around, whatever I thought. You know, I'm just saying, you studied, you did well, and just in case you want to run for your seat after this 1 year is up, I wish you the best of luck. It's been a pleasure to serve with you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Now
Thank
stand.
We're going to wait and so we'll ask the commission to wait until informational items before we begin to discuss. All right, and say thank
Should
you.
I take a picture with Commissioner Kelly before she leaves?
You want to take a picture of the current
Yes.
commission?
Sure.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Michael. What do you want to do?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry. You put it up. We'll work quite right.
Oh, these are your flowers.
There we go.
And now we'll ask Commissioner Pensurga to please take his position on the dais. So we'll move into the next item on the agenda is the selection of the vice mayor. And so we'll be accepting nominations. Our current rules is that if you are the previous, or you cannot, if you're the previous vice mayor, you cannot get elected again. And so that would be either between Commissioner Pensurga, Commissioner McCray, or Commissioner Katz.
Mayor, I'd like to make a nomination to nominate Commissioner Katz as the next vice mayor.
I'm going to second that nomination.
And Commissioner Katz, are you okay with that nomination?
Yeah.
All right. All those in favor state so.
Aye.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Katz.
Thank you all very much.
And now you get to do the swearing in ceremony again
Yes.
as the Vice Mayor.
I, Justin Katz,
solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect,
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States,
the state of Florida and the city of Boynton
state of Florida, and the city of Boynton Beach,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution and laws of the state of Florida
under the Constitution and laws of the state of Florida
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and the city of Boynton Beach,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will well and faithfully perform
the duties of vice mayor
the duties of Vice Mayor
of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida.
Moving for agenda approval, I've been asked to table items 8E and 12B to the next meeting on April 2nd, 2019. I would like to add item 3B regarding the announcement of our South Florida Police Canine Competition. And I've been requested to move items 11A and 11B before consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve as amended?
Mayor, before you move to motion, okay, so you did move up the...
11A and 11B, yes.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to add under new business, Mayor, consideration for removal of board members.
Consideration of removal of board members?
Correct. Under new
I'd like to
business.
put that on future agenda.
I would like to put it under new business, please.
Well, let's do it on one at a time. So can I have a motion to amend to add the tabling of items 8E and 12B?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
May I have the motion to add item 3B to the agenda for the canine announcement?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, motions. May I have the motion to move item 11A before consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion to move up 11B before consent agenda? Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
A.
Motion passes 4-1. Commissioner Romulus, you would like to add item 11D?
Correct. I would like to, again, have a consideration for removal of a member from one of our advisory boards.
Second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion passes 4-1. All right. Is there anything else for the agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the total agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to informational items by members of the City Commission. Vice Mayor Katz, would you like to begin?
Sure. I met with Bradley Miller from Miller Land Planning. And just on a personal note, first I wanted to thank the Commission for the honor to serve as Vice Mayor. To anyone who helped or supported my campaign, I want to convey my sincerest and heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for your support. The voters who validated the past 3 years of my hard work on behalf of the city. It's just an honor to be able to serve in this position. I'm a public school teacher by trade, and I taught government and economics for a decade. So to get to educate the next generation about government and then get involved directly in government and be able to carry out the ideals and the ethical and moral compass that I feel I portrayed to my kids that government needed to have. It's just an honor, like I said, and I can't thank everybody enough. I'm looking forward to basically doing exactly what I've done for the past 3 years. I thoroughly enjoy weighing and analyzing the issues that are put before us and making objective decisions in the best interest of the city, and I can swear and double down on the oaths I just took that I fully intend to do the same for the next 3 years. So thank you all again for those who supported me, and I look forward to serving for another 3 years and the next year in the capacity of Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner McCray.
Thank you, sir. First of all, disclosure, I met with Tom Lynch and Christine Flounder, the town manager. I met with them this morning. Information items. First of all, I'd like to say the city attorney came over and whispered in my ear when all this started, and he said, they're all here, Commissioner McCray, because this is your last year, and I know it's not. But anyway, but thank you all for showing up for my last year. Right, on a brighter note, though, I'd like to say to those individuals that got elected, I'd like to say congratulations. And I'd like to say to the newest member of this team, I'm only going to call you Commissioner Ty because I don't want to mess up your last name, sir. Because when we started with Commissioner Christina Romulus, she made sure that we said, it's Christina, so we had to make sure. So I'm just going to say Ty, I can say that real well. But, sir, I want to serve notice to you as the oldest commissioner up here on this dais. I'd like to say that, sir, I've earned that title. But, you're just the vice mayor. What I'd like to say, sir, is that when you took your oath tonight, you're not just a regular citizen now, sir. That oath that you took, sir, you are a commissioner 24/7. We don't have the paparazzi, but pretend we do because, sir, everywhere you go, whatever you do, somebody's watching. Note of advice, whenever you speak to the newspaper, sir, make sure you tell them, say, read back my statement. Read back my statement because whatever you say is going to be published and it's going to follow you. And if you want any more tidbits of information, sir, I have a reasonable consultation charge that I'll charge you, sir. But that's all I'm going to say tonight, but thank you.
Is it hourly?
No. It'll be moments. Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
Commissioner Romulus.
I hope the commission will indulge me because this will take a while. Okay. First and foremost, I just want to thank God because He is the compass in my life and has allowed me to get to this point to be able to be here. Second of all, I want to thank my family, my husband, Darren Lee Romulus. Yes, I gave his whole full government name. But I love that man. I really do. We have been married for 9 years. March 13th, the day after Election Day, was our 9-year wedding anniversary. We have been together since I was 15, he was 16, so we've been together for 15 years. He has been through ups and downs with me. I'm not going to cry. He has been through ups and downs with me. He's been through everything, and he's endured it all. This past campaign was very difficult, and the Sunday prior to Election Day, he actually got me an in-house massage because he saw how stressed I was, and he wanted to show me that he had my back no matter what. So he allowed somebody else to massage my back. But just to show you the level of dedication that he has, and he has taken over everything in the house for the past few months with our 2 boys, Christian and David Lee. He has just been phenomenal. Great dad, a great husband, just an amazing person overall. So I want to thank you. I want to thank my boys, Christian, David. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for lending mommy to the city of Boynton Beach. I appreciate your patience with me. I appreciate the fact that you don't get to see me all the time, but you know that mommy's out there getting votes. That's what Christian told everybody. Mommy's out there telling everybody to vote. Vote for mommy. That's my 5-year-old, the words of my 5-year-old. He's amazing. He's my #1 fan. And David Lee, my 2-year-old, I call him my commission baby because, yes, as Commissioner McCrae knows well, he is my commission baby. He is the young baby that I was pregnant with last time when I stood here and I took the oath of office. I was about 30. I was actually 40 weeks pregnant with him. He was 1 week overdue. He didn't want to get out. But he endured one campaign with me, and now he's endured a second campaign with me. And I just want to thank him personally because he's physically and literally been through it with me twice now. I want to thank every single person who's in this room, starting with my father-in-law, Foyobei Elise, and my mentor, my friend, my colleague, Mayor Mac Bernard, who swore me into office today, who has just been by my side through it all and talked me through the downs and helped me come back down to earth when I've been too high. He's been an amazing friend, and I just thank you, Mac. Thank you so much for your role in my life. Every person who's here, those who are downstairs, I hope you're listening, even though you were not able to come up here because we had to close the room for capacity. This election, this win, this victory is because of you. And I invited you all here today for that very purpose. I wanted you to physically see the manifestation of when a community comes together and works hard and says that this is what we want, that it is possible. And I've been saying this and I continue to say it. The phrase on the Haitian flag says, "L'union fait la force." That means unity is strength. And in that essence, that's what we've proven, that in unity, in the fact that we have a community that has stood behind me to say that I am doing the right thing. I'm stepping up for people who normally would not have been heard. I'm speaking up for issues that are not popular, that may be divisive, but nonetheless, there are issues that affect each and every person in this community. I thank you for having my back when I had your back. I thank you for getting out there and voting. I thank you for sharing posts on social media. I thank you for just the ability to just stand in your presence wherever it may be, whether it was at a church, whether it was on the radio. I want to thank 509 Info. I want to thank 980 AM. I want to thank 1340 AM. All these individuals who just made the sacrifice to say that we want to give her the platform to speak up. I want to thank each and every single person. You guys are amazing. Fanson, Michael, you guys worked so hard. Thank you so much. I am without words. I know I've said a lot of words, but there are still so many words that can be said. But I just look forward to making you proud for these next 3 years. Each and every person who voted for me, I want to keep making you proud. I want to keep making you know that Boynton Beach can be better, and it is becoming better, and it will continue to get better under my leadership and the leadership of the individuals that I sit up here with. Lori, Jim, Tim, Colin, Judy, Quinn Esther, all of you on staff, who I'm not naming by names because I can't remember all of you, but just thank you for everything that you do as well for keeping this city running, doing the legwork and the things in the back end. We as city commissioners, we get the praise, we get the glory because we're in the limelight, but you all are really the ones that do all the work. Chief Gregory, Chief Joseph, you guys are just phenomenal, and I am proud to serve in a city that you are all in positions of leadership to be part of with me. It is a great honor. It is my honor to have served this city for the past 3 years, and again, it will be my honor to continue to serve this city for another 3 years. Thank you for the privilege to serve you as Boynton Beach residents. Thank you for the privilege to be your commissioner here in Boynton Beach. I appreciate all of you. God bless all of you. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Pinsurga.
Disclosure, I met with Bradley Miller, who discussed his concerns about Country Trail. And on an informational note, I want to thank everybody who supported me in my campaign. As a first-time candidate, it was not only an awesome experience, but a humbling experience. There were so many people who believed in me, at times more than I believed in myself. And so without these people, without the firefighters, the police officers, my teacher friends, and the nurses that went door knocking, I am so proud to say we've knocked on over 1,300 doors, and I personally made around 800 phone calls. But the number one thing I'm most proud about was the way I ran my campaign. I did not do a single negative attack. I ran a clean game, and what the community said was, this is the type of politics we need, and we are tired of the negative politics that we've seen so much of. So thank you to everybody, and I look forward to serving all of Boynton Beach.
Well, I'll start off with thanking my wife, who actually, for those who don't know, I met 3 years ago at my first inauguration. She was there wearing a white dress, similar to what she's wearing now, and introduced herself to me as Jenna. And then I turned around and she was gone. But I can never forget how beautiful she was, how she made me feel. And I was fortunate enough to know that she liked one of my pictures. And I was able to find her and send her a message, take her out on a date, propose to her, and we got married last year. So I'm just so happy to be starting my life here. I feel like I'm starting a new life with you, and it's so exciting to be with you. It's amazing how much you helped me with this campaign. It seems that you knew everything, what to say and what to do and how it needs to be done. And so I appreciate you for spending as much time with me, even when you didn't want to, as you did. And so I want to just tell you how much I love you and look forward to spending the rest of my life with you. I also want to thank all my family, friends, and supporters. I could not have done this without you. There's just so many different things that we have done together. And there's so many things that I don't know that you have done, and so I appreciate for all those acts and conversations that you had on my behalf. I'd like to thank the organizations that supported me: the International Association of Firefighters, the Fraternal Order of Police, the Police Benevolent Association, Equality Florida, Palm Beach County Human Rights Council, and the Realtors Association of Palm Beach and Fort Lauderdale. We always appreciate your support as you are the community, as part of the community, and having the community behind me. And then one of the things that I'd also like to thank is all the candidates that ran. It is not easy to putting yourself out there as a public figure, and so I want to congratulate all the candidates that did a great race. And it doesn't mean just because you lost one race doesn't mean you have to stop, as Dr. Bless will tell you. And then one of the things that I'd like to say, for the future is that when I was campaigning, I was telling people that my mission is to make the world a better place, starting in Boynton Beach. And I'm glad that I have that opportunity to do that. And the vision for Boynton Beach is a family-friendly farming fishing city That's because that's what we were when we were incorporated 99 years ago. So I'm looking forward to being part of the centennial next year. And what does that mean? That means that we have good jobs, good homes, good schools for the family, that we have great places to eat and wonderful activities to do as a community. And I look forward to growing our community and making it better each and every day. So thank you again. And let me tell you what I've done for the past 2 weeks. March 7th, I had my birthday. March 8th, I attended the Veterans Association of Leisureville. On March 9th, I attended the Hunger Walk with the Community Caring Center of Palm Beach County now. On the 10th, I was at the Leisureville Jubilee, was in the parade. I want to thank everyone that was there for the election. On everybody who got a sticker, it said, "I made freedom count." And we really need to, appreciate all the people that ended up voting, because, freedom is not free, and you showed your caringness, your empathy towards the people that have passed away, making sure that we had the right to vote. On the 14th, I attended the Love of Literacy. I spoke with Jeremy Shear regarding the Taco Bell. I attended the Schoolhouse event, and this past Saturday, I was at the Blarney Bash the CRA held, and the gala. And I've had previous discussions with Bradley Miller and multiple members of Peace. And so is there any other informational items before we move on? Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
In the process of thanking everybody, I did not disclose some of my meetings. Yes, I did meet also with Bradley Miller. I met with the representatives for Coastal Bay. I spoke with them, Becker and Polikoff, in regards to one of the items that have been tabled tonight. I also did meet with the individuals of Peace in regards to the item on the agenda. One more thing I wanted to mention, you did say that we would have used our informational time to thank Commissioner Kelly. I didn't want to forget that. I do want to thank Commissioner Kelly for being my neighbor next to me for the past few months. It felt really good to just have another woman, a little extra estrogen up here with me, but alas. I do also want to thank her for the fact that she left me a little parting gift. I used to always steal her pens every meeting. So she gave me one. It's 12 count, so I'll have one for the entire next year. I'll reach out to you when I run out. So thank you, Commissioner Kelly, for your service to our city. Thank you for the time that you sat up here and filled in the position that former Commissioner Casello left vacant. I appreciate you and appreciate your time and your dedication to our city. One more person I forgot to thank was Diane. Diane was also my right-hand woman during this campaign, so I didn't want to leave this opportunity without saying thank you to her. Just thank you to everybody. In case I forgot anybody, I'm sorry I forgot your names, but thank you to every single person in here. Thank you so much. I'm done, Mayor. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
excuse me,
Commissioner
before we go
Craig.
on, this is my final. I'd like to say to our city manager, now you have us. Whew. You can rest now, okay? Thank you.
Going to our first announcement of the 2019 Boynton Beach Firefighters Fishing Tournament and Chili Cook-Off, Saturday, April 6, 2019 at Boat Club Park, or Harvey Oyer Jr. Boat Club Park, 2010 North Federal Highway, Boynton Beach, Florida, by Chief Joseph.
Glenn Joseph, I rescue Chris Lemieux. He's the organizer. I'd like to speak on it.
Wow, big night. I didn't know I was going to be thrown into this situation. I'm not sure I'm qualified, but here I am. Congratulations to everybody. This year we're planning our 14th annual Fire Department Boynton Beach Firefighters Fishing Tournament and Chili Cook-Off. As of yesterday, we have 57 registered boats and 8 chili teams registered. We're on track to be like last year. We had 120 boats registered, and we also had up to 20 chili teams. We hold it every year at 2010 North Federal Highway over there at Harvey Oyer Park. A lot of different departments come and participate. Like I said, we have a bunch of chili teams come hang out. We have one of the retired firefighters still comes. He's been retired for 5 years, comes and smokes 250 pounds of pulled pork. Tons of food, good time. We have music. It's benefiting the Kiwanis Club of Boynton Beach, so we try to keep everything in-house in the city. That's our goal. This year, we're a little different angle. We're bringing in local breweries this year to help us and to serve beer in the as you drink eat your chili and enjoy your pulled pork. Yeah, come join us. If you have any other questions or any concerns or want to check something out, go to BoyntonBeachFirefighters.com and you can register chili teams, fishing boats, anything. And that's pretty much the event. Hope to see everybody there. We're always looking for volunteers also. If anybody would like to join, you're more than welcome to. Just come find me. I'll be running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but I'll be there. So thank you very much, everybody.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to perhaps suggest a 5-minute recess to allow people who are here just for the swearing-in ceremony to maybe step out. That way we can...
Well, I'm going to get through this next announcement, and then we can have a break before public audience.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, so our next announcement is the South Florida Police Canine Competition, Saturday, March 23rd. It begins at 2 p.m. It is free to enter. There will be food and drinks, and I believe kid activities as well at the Boynton Beach Community High School, located at 4974 Park Ridge Boulevard. Chief, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Just that there are flyers in the back of the room, and we're looking for a very full and fun-filled event, so please come out and participate.
All right. Thank you so much. And so, pursuant to Commissioner Romulus' request, we'll have a 5-minute recess if anyone would like to leave before public audience.
Not you.
All right, you all right?
I think it takes a while.
Yeah.
Nobody must be first.
Darren.
We will now begin public audience. Individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations. Please state your name and address for the record before you begin.
Are we going to do the picture?
No.
Hey, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. Yes, my dermatologist had a field day today. Yeah, I got his pound of flesh. So first of all, I'd like to say congratulations. It actually doesn't look so bad. I wanted to remind everyone that Earth Hour is coming up on Saturday, March 30th from 8:30 to 9:30. Everyone on the planet is encouraged to turn off their lights for that 1 hour so the International Space Station, which monitors this, will see a roving path of darkness as they cross over the planet. So I encourage everyone to participate in Earth Hour, which is on the 30th from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m., and turn off all of your electric lights. I found a wonderful quote from the letters to the editor of the Coastal Star from Mayor Shelley Petrolia, and I think she said something in her comments that I hope our city commission takes to heart. And I'm quoting her. She says, "In my capacity as mayor, I often wrestle with how to guide the city forward and yet stay true to Delray's distinctly different vibe that has garnered our city so much recent national attention." And I think this applies to Boynton as well. "I believe elected officials must be faithful and responsible stewards of the city, respectful of the decades of hard work before them. And in my case, a preservationist at heart. But Delray, like Boynton, faces many challenges, and it's going to take the cooperation of the entire village, elected officials, stakeholders, business owners, and residents to keep Delray from becoming indistinguishable from so many other South Florida cities." And I think, again, this is something that can be said of Boynton Beach. Mayor Petrolia continues with, "We see developments encompassing whole blocks threatening to canyonize certain streets in Delray." Sounds like something I say about Boynton regularly. "Our historic districts are now targets of inappropriate development," yet something else I say, "despite their restrictive zoning. There was a recent challenge to the 3-story height restriction for buildings on Atlantic Avenue, and a proposal for bike lanes on historic Swinton Avenue almost caused 150 trees to disappear." And then she continues on with, the list goes on, "We will win some battles and lose others." And this just really resonated with me because it sounds like things I've been saying for years to you all, and I really wish Boynton would listen look at things from the other side, not just from the developer side who, made so many donations to your campaigns. And I'm going to say again, congratulations to everyone and good luck.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Lee Williams. I live at 337 Northeast 24th Avenue here in Boynton, 33435.
Jim.
I've been trying to get here to the commission meeting ever since February. I had spoken with Commissioner Romulus. I don't know if she recalls this conversation. When you ask me a question, expect the answer. And she asked how things were going, and I told her about the house that was abandoned next door to me and how people had been dumping trash and everything else outside that house. She spoke with the city manager. Then the city manager spoke with Mike Lewis, is that his name? Or Mark Lewis. And within 2 days, it was cleaned up. And I wanted to come and thank you for doing that. I would have told Commissioner McCray that, but he wasn't at the affair. But don't ask me a question if you don't want to get the answer. And I really appreciate you being a person of your word. And I'm glad you were reelected, because anytime you are a person of your word, then you have my support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, just a quick, I'm responding to 8E and the public hearing. Am I too early, or should I sit and talk later?
8E is no
8E
longer,
Taco Bell?
so you're able to speak on it because it's no longer on the agenda.
Oh, okay. I guess, well, anyway, my name is William Lee, 3208 Tuscany Way, Boynton Beach. I am right across the street from the, does it make sense for me to say something then?
You're on the record.
Okay, so I'm going to say this then. I was here in February, the February meeting, and I expressed my displeasure. Oh, by the way, I honor all of you. I applaud you. I congratulate you giving back to the community, and I know it's difficult, and so just wanted to say thank you. February, I was here concerned about safety in that intersection of Southeast 23rd and Federal Highway. And at that point in time, it was considered by the Palm Beach Post for the first quarter of 2018 the most dangerous of the 7 intersections with red lights violations. I proceeded to then request from the police department the number of red light violations for 2018. This is unbelievable. 10,484 red light violations on the intersection of Southeast 23rd and Federal Highway. That's 780 averaging 1 month. There are senior citizens crossing the street. There are children going to school on buses. And Commissioner Romulus, I know it's your district. I voted for you. Congratulations. I'm just concerned because the traffic study says 499 new cars going there each day. It just seems like it just doesn't make any sense to have a drive-through when you have 10,484 red light violations. I drove by there yesterday at 3:30 in the afternoon, and I'm at the left-hand turn going into my complex. Boom, boom, boom. 3 red light, well, flashes anyway. So the reason why I'm here is to say, from a safety perspective, you know, Taco Bell is one thing, nothing against them, but a drive-through, it just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. And like I said last time, I implore, the planning board voted unanimously to disapprove, to not approve that, and I was hoping that the commissioners would see the same thing. Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes,
Sir, before you leave, I don't have the stats for 2017, but I just want to bring it to your attention. 2 of those red light violations, they were mine.
Oh, yeah. Well, they haven't gotten me yet.
All right. Okay. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Golene Gordon. My address is 230 Lake Monterey Circle, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33426. I am here tonight. I want to congratulate the commission, and I want to congratulate everybody on a race well done, especially Mayor Grant. Thank you for being the incumbent, and I know we had a challenging race, and I have to commend you for a job well done. And also everybody here who voted for me, I want to thank you, Golene Gordon. Thank you for your vote, your time, and congratulations everyone who won this election.
Is there anyone else for public audience?
My name is Brian Daly. My address is 3218 Tuscany Way, Boynton Beach. I'm not going to extend a whole lot more what Bill had already said to you, but I am on the board of directors of the Tuscany on the Intracoastal Community Association, and I'm authorized by them to register as a community block our strong disapproval of the motion regarding the drive-through for the Taco Bell. Safety being the primary concern, a whole host of other issues. When this is back on the table, we'll go ahead and talk about it more extensively, but just know we're very much opposed to it because it doesn't make sense for this community. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more, public audience is now closed. You got to stand in line. No, they're just standing on the wall.
They told me they were in public audience. Okay, sorry about that. Dr. Piotr Blas, 113 Tara Lakes West, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33436. I think as everybody is celebrating, I would like to announce that after having a wonderful time running as a write-in candidate, the first one in the history of Boynton, I am now announcing I'm going to be running for United States Congress in the next election. So this is a great warm-up, and I hope the city will support me because I love the city. I would like to as I said many times, we have an outstanding commission, and I would like for you to listen carefully. With the elected officials, we are going to move forward with a private-public partnership. I may represent the private sector now. We are going to somehow get energy from the Gulf Stream. This is a godsend, and I know the commission will work with me on that because it's a beautiful idea. So, repeat, let's see how we can get energy from the Gulf Stream. Let us see how we can continue a university idea in Boynton.
Dr. Blas, please let go of the microphone. So,
am I away from it?
Yeah, you're good there. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. So, let's also go with the university idea. Let's. As you know, I have this plan of a very tall building that's controversial, but it will be put on the table. Everything is private-public partnerships, and we have to work with the Commission. Let me also remind you that we have plans announced in my campaign to reduce crime in our city to zero. and I know the law enforcement guys and the fire chiefs are very much in favor of that. So none of these ideas are wasted. As I run for United States Congress, I will certainly be a strong voice here. And who knows, in the next 3 years, perhaps I will run again for mayor. But anyway, God bless you and all the best. Never give up.
Hello.
Please speak into the microphone, your name and address.
Okay, it's Carolyn Donahue, 2551 Southwest Cranbrook Drive, Boynton Beach. And I have kind of a unique system problem in our area that consists of a western corridor that backs up to Village of Golf and also is impounded by flooding waters that come down from where this development country.
If you'd like to speak about Country Trail, we'll tell you when that item is on the agenda.
Okay.
So this is for anything that is not on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. All right. So this is the final call for anyone for public audience. Items not on the agenda. All right. Moving forward with administrative, we have no applicants for our advisory boards. We have openings on the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals, student board position available for our Education and Youth Advisory Board, Historic Resource Preservation Board, Library Board, Recreation and Parks, Senior Advisory Board. Moving forward to item 11A. May I have that removed from the table?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Item is removed from the table. Approve the request of Commissioner Romulus to distribute $250 of the community support funds to Scholar Career Coaching. Ms. Lynn Gassant will be present to make a brief presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'll try to make it brief, very brief. I was told I have 10 minutes, but I'm going to try to see if I can do it in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So congratulations to all of you, and thank you to Commissioner Christina for giving us an opportunity to just kind of briefly talk about the program. I had a PowerPoint and everything. Actually, I don't even think I need that. That's how good I think I can do this. So I am the Executive Director for Scholar Career Coaching, and I'm also on the Education and Youth Advisory Board for City of Boynton Beach. Wanted to briefly speak about Scholar Career Coaching. We are an after-school mentoring program that assists ESL, English as a Second Language, college-bound students in Title I schools. Title I schools are schools that are qualified for reduced lunch. What we do, we assist with career planning, college readiness, financial literacy, and soft skills. With the financial literacy portion, usually we have a financial institution to actually come in to do that. To date, we have mentored over 200 students. Currently, about 41 are in college. And we also have awarded 22 scholarships thanks to sponsorship and community support system. So the way the program works, we partnered with, let me rewind, we're currently at Atlantic High School and Boynton Beach High School. So we wanted to put that out there. And each school have about 10 volunteers that include working professionals, retirees, and graduate students who we partner them with the college-bound students. So those are juniors and seniors who actually need help transitioning to higher education. And the professionals that we have, they pretty much, we match them based on career interest, so that way they are in a position to guide the youth that we actually serve. Some of the activities that we assist with are mock interviews, resume writing, scholarship search. We also assist with finding the right school, whether they staying local or going away out of state. So that pretty much kind of sum up the program, but I did bring with me a former student who's going to say 1 to 2 minutes, just briefly his experience in the program. He joined the program program. I believe like sophomore year, and he was going through immigration issue where he was not able to go to school. And last year he graduated where everyone knew where they were going, and he was not able to go. And luckily enough, in addition to receiving a scholarship from us, it just so happened that that's when all his immigration, paperwork came through, and he was able to at least be able to go to Palm Beach State. Some of the kids, sometimes they don't want to go local, but then you have kids who actually wants to go local, and they're not able to be able to even start school. So I'm just gonna have Carl come in and just briefly say 1 to 2 stuff. 1 minute.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to thank Miss Lynn.
You state your name for the...
my name. My name is Carl DeZome, and I'm a alum for Scholars CC. And I just want to thank Miss Lynn for showing me this opportunity for this program, because I was one of those kids that just stayed at home after school and did nothing. So when I saw this program from my teacher, because she would advocate to all the teachers after school at my school, I just decided to give it a shot. And I wasn't one of those kids that really needed academic help. I needed more life help. So when I came to this program, I saw that they would help kids with bank stuff, try to help you get to college. So I just took the opportunity, and I just felt like it changed my life, because I met my mentor, who's been able to help me get a job, help me get into college, and now I'm on the process of trying to complete my first semester of college when I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. So I just wanted to thank Ms. Lynn for changing my life.
So, Lynn, I actually have a question. So when are you going to have your next event to help raise some funds?
So our fifth annual scholarship award ceremony is scheduled for June 9th at 1:30. So it is open to the public. So anyone interested in attending, it's going to be at Benvenuto in Boynton Beach. So it's June 9 at 1:30 till 4 p.m. And this is pretty much a fundraiser where we not only award scholarship to those who actually need the financial assistance. We recognize or volunteer mentors, supporters, or sponsors. So it's really a good philanthropic event. So you all are invited. We need the support, as much support as we can. You can donate. Again, it's Scholar Career Coaching. You can check out the website at scholarcc.com. Any other questions?
I think that's it for me. So may I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, motion passed unanimously. Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Keep up the great work, Lynn.
Our next item is 11B. I have requested a discussion concerning a community ID program, information from Peace Organization. Do we have a representative from Peace that would like to explain a little bit more about the community ID program?
Mayor?
Yes.
Before they start speaking, I'd like to give a disclosure, and that is that the pastor of the St. John Missionary Baptist Church where I attend, Reverend Davis, he requested that the members of St. John come out and support this program. I am a member of St. John. I have no interest in this program. I have nothing to gain and nothing to lose, and I will be voting for this. I will be voting on this program. So I just want to let you know, I'm letting you all know that I have nothing to do with this. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jill Hansen, and I'm a member of the Executive Board of Peace, which is located at 100 North Palm Way in Lake Worth. First of all, I want to congratulate you all on your election. I think it's fantastic for me as a silver-haired person to see so many young people active and engaged in politics, and I think it speaks volumes for the future of Boynton Beach, that you all are forward-looking and you're going to move this city forward. The Community ID of the Palm Beaches is a brand-new program, and it's administered by the Legal Aid Society of Palm Beach County. It seeks to make Palm Beach County a more safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for all of our residents by issuing an ID to those people in need of one after they've provided adequate proof that they are who they say they are and they live where they say they live. Among the populations that have difficulty getting any type of government ID are homeless people, undocumented residents, persons re-entering the community after having served time in prison, snowbirds who are temporary residents here and don't get, they have a northern ID, driver's license, whatever, and they don't get a local ID, but they sometimes need one, elderly people, and young people. Our program here is modeled after and is actually affiliated with a program coordinated by Faith Action in Greensboro, North Carolina. Faith Action actually has a nationwide network that they have established, including a program just got up and running in Gainesville, Florida. They have one in Cincinnati, Ohio. They have ones opening in Oregon, Washington, Iowa, and here in Palm Beach County. Legal Aid is administering the program, and once a month they will have an ID drive on a Saturday, at which people will attend an orientation on what the ID is and what it's not, you know, what it's good for and what it's not good for, and then people will have a chance to apply for it. There's a chance to visit with other community programs at these ID drives. We especially encourage and want police to be present at these ID drives because it's an opportunity for the police to interact with marginalized communities and to actually interact directly with them and possibly even establish some relationships with them. Different agencies can make presentations. For example, the city of Lake Worth plans on using this time to talk about the census with people that might be afraid to or not even know about the census. People need an ID in our society for so many different things. Interactions with law enforcement is one, but also people need an ID to register their children in school, to pick up their children after school, to go to register their children for community programs, after school programs, summer programs. People need an ID to visit a loved one in a hospital. In fact, we heard a story even from here in Boynton Beach about a teenager who went with her mom to visit a relative in the hospital, and the hospital wouldn't let the teenager in because she didn't have an ID. You need an ID to get medical care for yourself, and so many more different reasons why you need an ID. West Palm Beach Mayor Moyo early on led the way with West Palm Beach participating in the program and now allocating $40,000 to the program. And we're also working with the cities of Belgrade, South Bay, Pahokee, and Lake Worth. And over the next year, we have plans to get other cities on board as well. There's some people here that also, I think, want to speak. And Reverend Corey from...
Good evening. I bring honorable greetings to all the city officials present this evening. My name is Minister James Roy, and I am a member of St. John Missionary Baptist Church of Boynton Beach under the leadership of Reverend Dr. Javon T. Davis. And I'm also a grateful member of Peace, people engaged in active community efforts. This evening, I stand before you to bring the city's attention that our neighboring locale, the city of West Palm Beach, who has adopted the community ID program, has allocated a total amount of $40,000 under our recommendation and persuasive nudge. This has afforded their legal aid to be able to hire a full-time coordinator for the program, who has firmly started earlier this month. The first ID drive will be held Saturday, March 30th at St. Juliana Catholic Church in West Palm Beach. About a week after that, the cards will be available and ready for use for those who are in need. And each subsequent week, an ID drive will be held once a month. We are here tonight to ask that the city of Boynton Beach follow in the steps of the city of West Palm Beach and have 1, the Boynton Beach Police accept this ID as a valid form of identification. 2, Boynton Beach accept this ID for city services. 3, Boynton Beach will allocate funding toward this program. Tonight we're asking for $15,000. Mayor Grant, thank you for putting this on the agenda this evening. I have brought with me a delegation here tonight from Peace. Peace members, please rise. This evening we have a total of 58 members signed up. There were more in the hallway and downstairs first level. We are Peace, a coalition of 19 congregations from throughout the Palm Beach County who work on justice issues in unity. St. John Missionary Baptist Church of Boynton Beach joined Peace last fall and has become a very important part of this organization. This issue is very important to us. Tonight, we are asking that the city please move forward with the Community ID program and put this resolution on your next agenda. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Jolynn Spangler, and I live just down the street in Lake Worth, and I'm with First Congregational Church of Lake Worth. I volunteer there. My name is Jolynn Spangler, and following a paralyzing car accident, I was homeless for 2 years. For most of the time, I did not have an ID, and it wasn't until I got an ID that I was able to begin the process of getting off these streets. Without an ID, I couldn't find a place to rent, and no one wanted to just invite me in their house. I couldn't even begin the process of getting food stamps or disability. I finally got an ID, but the process was incredibly complicated, long, and took money I did not have. I thank God for the people that helped me with the process and gave me the money I needed. Now I am no longer homeless, although it is still a struggle to make rent each month, and I depend on soup kitchens to eat. And I volunteer at soup kitchens and with other ministries to help the homeless, and many of them need their ID. One of my friends, T, used to come to the soup kitchen. He was homeless, and for about a year, T was looking for a job but had no ID. 6 months ago, he got an ID. Within 1 week, he had a full-time job. Within 3 months, he had his own place. And he stops by the soup kitchen sometimes to say hello, but he doesn't need the food anymore. And his ID was a ticket off the street. Today, he stopped by and showed me his new truck that he just purchased, which is beautiful. And I'm so happy that he was able to get off the street. If we had a community ID, T would not have been homeless for a year. He could have gotten an ID and quickly been employed. To get a library card, you need an ID. The library is also the place that looks for jobs, apply for food stamps, and do job training. You can't improve yourself or get off the streets without an ID. You can't even pick up food at some food pantries without an ID. And that is really bad, because your food pantry is for you getting food right now because you're hungry right now. And they turn you away with no ID and no food. Without an ID, you can't get food to sustain yourself, even if it's just for one more day. When you're in a hopeless situation like that, it changes your whole attitude in life. An ID gives dignity, protection, and a way out of homelessness. I pray this commission takes the steps needed to make a community ID a reality here, because we need it, and we need it now. Thank you.
Before you begin, Reverend Hay, how many more speakers do we have? All right.
One more after me.
Okay. So.
Okay.
All right. Well, I would like to ask if you could keep it brief.
I will keep it brief.
Thank
you.
you.
Of course, I'm Reverend Woodrow Hay, 427 Northwest 5th Avenue. I'm Associate Minister at St. John Missionary Baptist Church, Chaplain for the Police Department, former Mayor of Boynton, and a member of Peace. At my church, St. John, we see residents of Boynton Beach who are in need of just this type of ID. I had the wonderful experience of working with an organization called the Team of Hope. Our main focus was to help those coming out of prison with a felony record to get themselves acclimated back into society. One of the challenges we faced was that some of our clients had no form of legal identification, and as such, found themselves in jeopardy sometimes with the law enforcement department. We found this situation also among the homeless, immigrants, and among some of my Haitian friends. This situation is a liability for our city. $15,000 is a small price to pay so that all of our residents, many of them who feel excluded, can feel included in our community. We also believe that with the ability to conduct outreach around the census, this $15,000 is an investment, money well spent. In Palm Beach County, there are 39 municipalities. Boynton Beach is the third largest city in the county. Boynton Beach has always tried to do what's best for our citizens, like traffic cameras, medical marijuana for the sick and needy, and many other projects. We are a trailblazing city, a progressive city. I pray that this commission will do it again. Do this, something that will be good for all of our citizens. I pray that this commission will lead the way, set the example for other cities to follow, and become a full participant in this program by accepting the ID and allocating the funds. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Coe. I'm an attorney at the Legal Aid Society, and I'm the supervising attorney for the Community ID Project. My executive director wanted to be here tonight but couldn't make it. And as an attorney, it's not in my nature to be brief, but I will try to do so now. You know, when Bob Burdish and I were presented with the idea about community ID, we jumped on this opportunity because legal aid responds to the need of the community. That's what we do. So the community came to us, said we need help with this, and we responded. And so I hope this evening the city of Boynton Beach will respond to the community that's here tonight, and I welcome the opportunity to work with Boynton Beach in the future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Goolsby. I live at 327 Boynton Bay Circle in Boynton Beach. I'm here to represent the mental health community. Every day, I advocate for the mental health community. I have 56 individuals that I'm responsible for in this community. Out of the 56, 27 have no ID. I have written to Tallahassee. I've written to the different states that these individuals come from, trying to get some form of identification. The barrier to all of this is that you need ID to get ID. You need ID to get your birth certificate. You need ID to get your school records. You need ID to go to the mental health hospital. And I find myself working many days overtime, sitting in emergency rooms. I am there until 11, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning with individuals so that they are not arrested, so that they are not left in the street, because many of them are homeless, just to see that they get where they need to be safely. And I support this program wholeheartedly. It would help all of the caretakers, the direct service workers out there in advocating for these individuals. And this is so passionate to me that the other day I broke 2 ribs, and I'm here because I think this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And so there's actually probably a lot of legal work that actually has to go through this, where I think the staff hasn't had that opportunity to review all the different parts of the resolution. So I don't think we're going to be able to make the approval for everything today, but I'd like to request that the commission have a consensus that we move forward with the peace program, so that the police, our legal, and our library, and the different organizations that are in the city can move forward with this program. I think it's extremely important that everyone has an ID who lives here in Boynton Beach, because when you look at the numbers, we have 8,500 people that live in Boynton Beach that don't technically live here because they live 6 months or greater somewhere else. And, getting all the statistics from Palm Beach Legal Aid, what exactly do they want or require for the community ID? Because like you said, I believe part of the presentation is that they mail out their community ID, they don't hand it, that you need to have proof still of an address and some sort of photo ID to even get this, or someone verifying your account. So this is kind of the first step that I'd like to see the city of Boynton Beach step forward to have, having the community IDs within the city, and that we can recognize the importance of all of the people here and give them their due process rights. Vice Mayor Katz.
With respect to the motivation behind this, I understand, but I am not in a position to support allocating taxpayer funds for what essentially is, whether we call it another name or not. We've already settled this issue, I thought. This is sanctuary IDs.
No, excuse me.
That is my characterization of this. If anyone wants to disagree with me, it's America. Everyone has a right.
Yeah.
But to my point, if there are legitimate struggles with individuals entitled to U.S. government-issued IDs, and this city can put together efforts to assist them, I fully stand by that. But this issue has been settled. I cannot, in good conscience, vote to allocate funds to an organization that is going to be creating non-government-issued IDs to individuals who are ineligible to obtain government-issue IDs for lack of legal status. Again, I sympathize. I understand that there are 10 different categories of people on that list, but if 9 of them are entitled to legal U.S. identification, then we need to find a way to help them get that, which they are already entitled to. So I won't go any further into it, but it is what it is. That's my position.
Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this either. First of all, the reason I will not support this is the county commissioner for Palm Beach County, they has not bought into this. The sheriff department of Palm Beach County did not buy into this. The League of Cities for the state of Florida, Palm Beach County, they have not bought into this. Okay, and to be a member of St. John Missionary Baptist Church, and to have this church coming to this commissioner and saying that they want us to give $15,000, I feel that it is an embarrassment to St. John Missionary Baptist Church when we said that we trust God for all things. If you all believe in this, I feel like you need to go back to the church, get your $15,000 from St. John. When Christ Fellowship came here to Boynton Beach and said that they wanted to be a part of this community, they pledged $25,000 to this city to use any way that they can. I, too, cannot support this. Thank you.
Commissioner Romulus, do you have any comments? All right, Commissioner
Aye.
Ty.
I just want to say that thank you to all of you who came up today and spoke about your experiences. That's never an easy thing to do. At this time, I am open and I am willing to learn more about the situation, but at this time I require additional information.
So the options are, we need a motion to either table to have it on the agenda later on, or it will die for lack of a motion.
Mayor Grant, would it be possible if I could address the sanctuary?
No. That was the previous, you had your opportunity to speak. It's time for the board to make this decision. So, seeing no motions forward, the request regarding peace or the community ID programs is not being voted on. All right, and we're moving on to consent agenda. Would anyone like to remove an item from consent agenda? Seeing none?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to pull item E as in Edward.
Is there any other items to be pulled from the consent agenda? Seeing none? We're going to wait until everyone leaves. Item 6E, approve revisions to and additions of a project to the fiscal year 2018-19 approved surtax projects.
Tim Howard, Assistant City Manager. The item that was pulled is adjusting some projects in the government surtax fund and adding a new project. And what has occurred is some projects that were in the fund and budgeted for this year, such as the Hester Center Paint Pavilion and the Hester Center Playground Restroom painting were done with in-house staff as opposed to contracting out, so there were budget funds left over in those projects. And Public Works is requesting that those funds be rolled into a new project for Rolling Green, to do improvements at Rolling Green in order to move the Parks and Grounds Department over to that site.
Mayor, simply just pulled this item just to commend staff on the fact that they were able to save the city of Boynton Beach over $130,000 in terms of using that, allocating those funds for just more efficient work. We had people that were able to do things in-house and just really save that money, and now we're able to add an additional project that wasn't originally slated, so that we can be able to do more things with these taxpayer funds that we're receiving in terms of the surtax dollars. So again, I just want to commend staff in their ingenuity and their ability to be wise stewards of our taxpayer dollars here in Boynton Beach. That's why I pulled this item. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving forward with award bid to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder as follows. RDK Truck Sales of Tampa, Florida as primary vendor for items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. I guess we're going to need an explanation what these items are. So I'll let you explain what that is.
So what we did was we went out on the street with a bid for pricing to rent trucks in the event that we need to rent a truck if one of our trucks go down or they go in the shop, mainly sanitation trucks. And items 1 through 6 are different sizes of trucks that handles either 20 cubic yard roll-off containers or different sized roll-off containers. So they're different trucks. What have we got? We got a number of bids in, I think 3 or 4. So we're requesting that we award primary and secondary vendors so we have the access to them immediately. They've guaranteed their prices for a year. So Public Works, in the event that something breaks, we can go and get a rental truck right away without scrounging around and trying to find one at the spur of the moment.
How much do these trucks go per day?
Anywhere from $600 a day to $1,700 a day.
Okay, and do we need to pay any funds to have this contract?
No.
Okay. Commissioner McCray.
Thank you, sir. Tim, my question to you is, how much did we spend last year in renting trucks? I'm just saying.
I don't know off the top of my head. I do know we've had to rent them, and we've run into probably $30,000 or $40,000 at a clip, because if you rent it for a month, at $1,700 a day, it's going to be about $40,000 for a month.
Okay, let me ask it another way. You think that $100,000 without coming back to us saying that we need to amend the budget would be enough?
I think...
not that we're not going to do it. I'm just
Right.
saying, because...
Right. I think we've got, since that time, we've gotten new trucks in, so the fleet is more complete, so Andrew believes that we can do it on this for the rest of the year.
Okay, because I remember last time we ran into this problem, we bought a lemon.
Yeah, I know.
The city did.
I know.
Okay, not for lemonade, we bought a lemon. Okay.
We got that fixed.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Award bid for annual supply of sodium hydroxide to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Prentag Mid-South Inc. of Orlando, Florida, for an estimated annual amount of $210,658. The initial term is for 1 year upon date of award, contingent upon receipt and approval of insurance. The bid allows for 3 one-year renewals contingent upon mutual approval and termination. That renewal is in the city's best interest. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Is there discussion from the board? Seeing none?
Yes. I'd like for staff to explain this.
So this is a bid for a chemical that utilities uses on a regular basis. We go out, we received 2 bids for this particular type of chemical that they use. We'll do it on an as-needed basis. We estimated the quantity, and based on the estimated quantity, we're estimating about $200,000 a year. In the previous years, we've only spent between $75,000 and $110,000. So last year we spent $73,000, the year before $110,000. So I don't think we're going to hit the 210, but we could. That's just based on an estimated quantity we had in the bid to do it so we had a comparison.
Okay, since you said we only spent $75,000 at $110,000, so why are we going up to $210,000?
Well, just to give us the ability so we don't need to come back in the event that we need it. It'll give us the ability. We only buy it on an as-needed basis, so.
Did the price go up from last year?
I don't think the per ton price went up that drastically. It's the same vendor that we used before. It's just we estimated a quantity, and it just depends on how much they need to use.
So, it's a multiplication, the amount of our estimation times the price is equals 210,000?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Proposed resolution number R19-031, award bid for sodium hypochlorite tank number 1 replacement, and authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with and issue a purchase order to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Florida Design Drilling Corporation of West Palm Beach, Florida, in the amount of $239,000 plus a 10% contingency for a total estimated amount of $262,900. Award is contingent upon receipt and approval of insurance and payment and performance guarantees. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion from the board?
Thanks, Ty. Yeah, I have just a quick synopsis. I know everybody talking about I talk all the time, but I'm just saying when you're spending this kind of money, citizens sitting out need to know, what are we buying?
I'm going to ask if Colin could jump with this one.
Yes, this is an existing tank that's old and needs to be replaced, and we're putting a new tank in to hold. This is actually chlorine. That's the fancy name for chlorine.
How old is the tank?
It's probably about it's 10 years old. They don't last a long time because they're out in the sun. So between 10 and 20 years, this one lasted less. But we have to have a tank to hold the chemicals because it's not good to have them on the ground.
Thank you. I like the way I asked the question and you give me a high number, then the person that uses it just give me a low number. Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Proposed resolution number R19-032, authorize the city manager to sign an annual service agreement with Motorola, Inc. in the amount of $138,925 for the continued maintenance and repair of the city's radio telecommunication systems as a sole source vendor. May I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion from the board?
No, I have a comment, though. If they could just put in like parentheses, handheld radios, I'm just saying, instead of just saying Motorola, we know what we're getting. I'm just saying, so I don't have to keep asking questions. I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to public hearing. Item 7A is still tabled. Moving on to item 8B, proposed ordinance number 19-001. May I have a motion to remove items 8B and 8C from the table?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The items are removed from the table. Jim, proposed ordinance number 19-001.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, annexing 5.17 acres of land that is contiguous to the city limits within Palm Beach County and that will, upon annexation, constitute a reasonably compact addition to the city boundaries, providing that the proper land use designation and proper zoning of the property shall be reflected in separate ordinances to be passed simultaneously herewith, providing for conflict severability, providing this ordinance shall be filed with the clerk of the Circuit Court of Palm Beach County, Florida, upon adoption and an effective date.
All right. Do we have the applicant here?
Good evening, Mayor, new Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. First of all, congratulations to everybody that made it back here for the Commission. My name is Bradley Miller with Miller Land Planning. I'm here representing the applicant is Mark Julian Holmes. So this property that's a 5-acre site located more towards the southern part of the city. To go through the presentation here, the property is isolated, surrounded by Serrano, which is an existing zero lot line, single-family subdivision to the south. The village of Gulf is to the western side of the property. The village of Gulf is its own municipality, golf course community. It's been there, I think, 50s or 60s. So it's been around a long time. Silver Lake abuts us to the east and to the north, which is, again, a single-family subdivision that's been in the city since the 80s. This one's interesting. The access to this property is through the blue road that's on your screen, and it eventually gets out to Congress Avenue. But this is the only legal access to this property. When Serrano, when the applicant for Serrano came through, part of that approval and part of the recorded plat that's on record in the county for Serrano grants an access easement that goes right through that community. And so that's the only access to this property. There's no access vehicular from Silver Lake. There's no legal access that's available through the Village of Gulf. So this is our only access point. What we're asking for here tonight is for your approval of, first of all, annexation, which is actually bringing the property from Palm Beach County. It's in the unincorporated area of Palm Beach County right now into the city of Boynton Beach. And when you do that, by your comprehensive plan, you're required to apply a land use designation and a zoning designation. The land use that we're requesting is low density residential, it's LDR. What that land use allows for is densities between 0 and 7.5 units an acre. In the county right now, that density is at 5 units an acre. What that equates to, the 5 units an acre equates to the 26 lots, which is what our request is. It's been our request since we submitted it. There may have been some confusion from the public standpoint where we did circulate a plan after being asked to consider some other physical improvements that are on the property. There's an existing lake. If we did a plan that we incorporated that, what could it be? We did do another plan that got distributed for a townhouse type development. I don't think it went over very well, which wasn't a surprise to us, but that's never been submitted formally to the city for review. City staff hasn't even seen it. It was more so an exercise to respond back to the residents. We have met with the resident representatives from Silver Lake, from Serrano. We've met with the mayor and the manager from the Village of Gulf. The postponement that we took to get to this hearing was for us to be able to do that, evaluate the things that the communities were asking us to look at, and then to be able to come back and see what we could do with it. So our request here is the annexation, the land use. The zoning is a planned unit development, which gives the city a little more control over what that application includes. You can provide and ask for conditions of approval to be applied to the project, which city staff in their report has already included some, which we're in agreement with. And then finally is a site plan that goes along with that planned unit development. As far as the annexation goes, the slide that's on the screen, it's all grayed out because the majority of this area is already within 2 different municipalities. The area that's in the top left-hand part of the screen is the Village of Gulf. The blue line, the blue dashed line, separates that from the boundaries of Boynton Beach. And you can see our property right there in the middle, the hole in the donut, the isolated effect. It's been the only property that has not been brought into the city. When I first started looking into this, I've worked on other projects where annexation has been held up because of the creation of it being an enclave. This is the epitome of an enclave. I still really don't understand why it wasn't annexed originally. Can't turn that clock back, and that's why we're here today to be able to do that. The property is 5.17 acres. It's an obvious holdout parcel where the owner of this property, Mr. Bailey, I don't think was cooperative when D.R. Horton came through to propose their project for Serrano in adding that property to it. As I indicated, we are currently under the jurisdiction of Palm Beach County at 5 units an acre, which equates to the 26 lots that we're proposing. And the zoning is agricultural residential, which is really the blanket zoning district in the county when property hasn't been zoned to match up with the comprehensive plan yet. From the city standpoint, the two maps that are on the screen, the one on the left is your land use map that comes out of your comprehensive plan. It shows that the light tan area is this low-density residential land use designation. Now, although the density allowed in that district is from 0 to 7.5 units an acre, we're still committing by our application to 5 units an acre in the 26 lots. If we applied the full density, it would go up to 38 lots, which we're not asking for. We're remaining consistent with the county designation and then continuing that forward with our application into the city. We're also showing by the slide on the right-hand side, which is the zoning, the darker orange color. Silver Lake is a planned unit development, which is to the top right of our site, and then to the south is Serrano, which is also a planned unit development. Our land use and zoning is obviously consistent here with the area that surrounds it. Consistency, compatibility, impacts are the things that your staff looks at primarily from the zoning standpoint. And throughout this, we continue to show that this is a consistent, compatible scenario, and we've addressed, in our opinion, the impacts that there might be by the development that's being proposed. This is just an aerial view that I wanted to show. There's currently, again, it's a little over 5 acres. There's currently a 2-story single-family house on the very northern portion of the property. There's an existing lake there that is not a permitted, designed drainage lake. It's we can't really even track back how it was there. It was probably just dug as part of the home site. Once our client here, Mark Julian, bought the property, one of the first things he did was surround the property with a fence and gated it off so no one could get in there. But up until that point, it was open to be able to go back to that house and through that property. The site plan, I turned the slide here on you. To the north is to the right-hand side. When we looked at this, we looked at, well, what is the consistent development plan that should be on this? We looked at Serrano. Serrano are lot sizes that are 45 feet by 115 feet in depth. They're 0 lot line. They're 2-story homes. We're proposing lots that are 45 feet wide, 115 feet deep, and 2-story homes. Again, the consistency of Serrano. I've made the comment as we've met with other people that if our access would have come through Silver Lake, it would have most likely mimicked more of the lot sizes of Silver Lake. But when you have the only access point that you have is going through a community of the same size lot sizes that we're proposing, it makes sense from a good land planning standpoint, it makes sense from a marketing standpoint, it makes sense from a sales standpoint, and then it's been able to be designed to provide the compatibility with the surrounding area. The access is coming in on a 40-foot wide right-of-way, which is the same as Serrano coming in. And then there's 12 lots on the western side, which is the top side of the road on the screen, and there's 14 lots on the east side of the road. On the western side, which abuts the village of Gulf, we're proposing a 10-foot landscape buffer along that side. The code requires a minimum of 5, so we've doubled that. We've added trees in that buffer. There is a power line along that buffer, so the trees are lower in nature and more of them because of the power lines in our landscape plan. Adjacent to us, they have a 20-foot buffer strip within the village of Gulf, and then another road right-of-way and utility easement of about 60 feet before you get to the other side of their roadway. On the north part of the project, we have a 15-foot wide buffer. This also identified the area of our cabana and pool, which we put into our northwest corner. There's been some discussion about the pool and the pool location. That's something that has been discussed with the communities. We chose that location feeling like that's the best spot for it. First of all, it's low profile. It's a one-story little cabana that's got basically a roof covering and bathrooms in it. But it's also an area that can be controlled by the HOA with their hours of operation, with it being adjacent to the lot that's to the north of the development. The buffer itself on that north side is 15 feet wide. Through the review process, the staff asked us to increase it. We did by width. We also increased it by the amount of landscaping that were put in there with a special landscape buffer that's been used in the city before to create a more opaque screening across that north line with 3 different layers of hedges. The concern from staff standpoint, legitimate concern, was you have headlights that are coming down that road, and that screening of the hedges and the series of hedges will obscure and block out the lighting of the headlights as you come north. The turnaround that's on the plan is a little bit different than you might see in communities. It's not a cul-de-sac, the round cul-de-sac. It's kind of a T-type turnaround that's turned on its side, an L shape, if you will. Our initial plan into the city staff included the typical round cul-de-sac, and through the review process, it was actually recommended by staff to modify it to this type of turnaround. It's been reviewed by the city's engineering department, by the fire department, by Public Works, all of this complying with their requirements to be able to get the trucks, which the predominant concern here is fire and Public Works for the garbage trucks to be able to turn around, and that turnaround does it.
Excuse me, I just realized that, were you sworn in? So,
This is bifurcated. The first portion of it, the only ordinance I read was the annexation, which is legislative and not quasi-judicial.
Okay.
He's now moved on a little bit. If you like, I could ask him to be sworn in now, or he could conclude his discussion and then confirm that he's...
I'd like to have him sworn in now because he's going on to the other ordinances regarding that we haven't really read into the...
I'm going to ask that anybody else who wants to...
Yeah.
Anybody else who wants to testify to those additional items on the agenda, other than the first two, which is the annexation and the land use amendment, which are legislative. Anybody who wants to speak on the other items regarding this project, please, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for me, that includes the first 15 minutes.
All right. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's move to the east side. The east side also butts Silver Lake. On that side, we have a 10-foot landscape buffer. Again, it's double in width, and then we have the landscape material that's within there. But also, in addition to that, we have a 50-foot wide drainage area. It's a dry detention area. It's not a lake type of drainage system, but a dry detention area that has been designed to accommodate our development. We do have with me Joe Pike from Enviro Design, who is our civil engineer. Drainage, I know, is a concern of many of the neighbors who are here. So he's available for any of the technical answers that you may want to have relative to the drainage, but he's gone through that drainage review. While I'm on that, well, I'll wait. On the south side, which abuts Serrano, we have, it actually varies there because the property line kind of skews a little bit, but at a minimum, we have 10 feet of landscape buffer, which is adjacent to their 10 feet. And along that edge, there is an existing masonry wall that's part of the Serrano development. And when you plug that into the aerial, so you can kind of see how that blends into the surrounding community, you can see how it's a continuation of the roadway directly up from Country Trail, and then the abutting landscape that goes around the development. It also shows how the clubhouse and pool is situated, where it is the owner's lot there, but it's part of their open space, part of their lot, where the predominant area of the pool area is. Should also point out again that currently there's a two-story home that's on this property, that's on that northern side of the site. When you plug that in, the little orange, I'll call them rectangles for simplicity, are building footprints of our largest building footprint and our smallest building footprint. And as you go around, we are in the range of 105 feet away from the nearest home in the village of Gulf to the west. To the north, our nearest point is 35 feet to the nearest home, with the buffering in between. On the western side, if you apply our largest unit, we're about 90 feet from home to home and 105 feet to our smallest unit. To give you some perspective of what that is, we did some early work and came into this building. The length of this room is approximately 60 feet. So it's about 1.5 times the length of this room for the 90-foot dimension to that house. It's a large setback. The setback, just so you're aware, the setback in Silver Lakes by their plat is 6 feet to the property line, so they have 12 feet between their homes. From a buffering standpoint, I'm going to start again on the western side. This is the village of Gulf side of the road. The photographs that I show there are showing an existing hedge that's all actually on the village of Gulf property. It's under their control. You can see the little guy in blue. That's the same guy in blue that's standing before you here tonight at 6'2", and that hedge is at least another probably 2/3 larger than I. It's in the range of 18 to 20 feet high and very thick. The photograph at the bottom, there was some discussions with the Village of Gulf about concerns about one of their lots that's actually south of our property, where the number 3 is, and being able to market that property. But the reason I show it is because underneath the pink arrow there is a rooftop of Serrano. There's a gap in the trees to be able to see that. So you can see that the hedge line that's along that property line is already screening the 2-story homes of Serrano. That part of the hedge is actually less manicured. They do a great job of manicuring their hedge adjacent to us. There's also a chain link fence that's on their property that obviously we can't touch that, and it provides in effect their own buffer. But in addition to that, on our side of the property, we're providing that 10-foot wide buffer, the hedges and the trees that are only going to add to that screening on the eastern side. When you look at it from a cross-section view, the 105 feet goes to the diagram here. The Village of Gulf is on the left-hand side. There's the black line that runs through the palm tree is our property line. It shows their hedge. And if you are a 6-foot person standing in your front yard at the Village of Gulf, you're looking through that hedge that goes right up the roof line of our largest model. We're actually expecting the smaller models to sell more than the larger. So the second diagram that's on the very far right side there of the screen is our smallest model, so it would be even farther away and less visible. On the north side, again, these photographs are taken from interior to the site. You can see that there's some vegetation that's already there. The royal palm trees that you see in the photographs are actually being incorporated and used into the buffer in all aspects. Where the number 6 is approximately where the two-story house is that's existing on the property today. From the same aspect, this diagram shows a rendering of what the hedge is that we've committed to through our application to plant across that north line. That's the view that you're looking at is as if you're driving straight into the development. It shows the multiple layers of hedges. It's a fan palm hedge, which is the larger green wall that's created there. Again, this was actually something that your staff suggested that be used along that property line. Has been used in other areas in the city for obscuring buffering and providing a tight screen where it's needed. The royal palms are part of this. There's other trees that are included within that landscape buffer. And again, with the cross section, we've got a 15-foot high hedge that will create that green wall. And then the view, again, you have to look over the top of that, and again, it goes to the roof line. And this is our closest location, which is going to be 20 feet off of the property line, 35 feet from the adjacent house. The eastern side of the property, again, abutting Silver Lake. The 3 photographs are showing some of the treatments that are along that property right now today. There's some fences that are needing some repair. There's a hedge that has no fencing in it at all. And as part of our application and part of our something that we've committed to the neighbors is not only to have a hedge along that area, but to install a chain link fence that would be provided within that hedge. There's been discussion about a wall and how it relates to the drainage and security. A wall along that property line, from a drainage standpoint, we believe only creates more problems. You can see in the cross section here, this is the same. Silver Lake is to the right side of the screen. Our development is to the left-hand side of the screen. And it's the same concept of providing that hedge material and that landscaping to obscure that. Not to mention the distance that we have of in the range of 100 feet, depending on the model that we have, with the separation with the drainage area in between. As part of our discussions, there was concern because we have a design here where, I don't know if it does, but it doesn't show up on the screen. I'll do it this way. This area, the blue area, shows the drainage area. It's about 4 feet deep. The right-hand side of that blue area, there's a berm. And our engineer designed it that way to make it higher as you got closer to the property line of Silver Lake. You can see there in the design is that the blue line that goes across is approximately where the finished floor elevations are of the homes. And it's the same whether it's our community or whether it's Silver Lake. On Silver Lake's side, you can see that the lot actually slopes toward our property. We can see in topo that their development, their backyards, is actually sloping toward us. Now, we looked at their South Florida Water Management District permit. It's a drainage permit, one of many that you have to go through for a development like this. And it's not supposed to come onto our property, but it is just by topo. It's old and that's how it is. So not only have we created a berm to help with the drainage system and keep it from coming onto their property, which by the permitting requirements today is not allowed. There's going to be a review by the city. There's going to be a review for drainage by Lake Worth Drainage District. There's going to be a review by South Florida Water Management District, all for drainage. We've done our engineering design. There were questions when we met with the Silver Lake folk. We said, look, you don't have to believe us. You can ask the city engineer. You can get your own engineer to challenge that, to review it, to give us ideas. And the only idea that we came back with was to provide a little swale on the backside of that berm by their property line. It's about a foot deep. So as rain falls to the backside of the berm and the little bit of drainage that might come from their backyards is still collected in that area and it's covered. Putting a wall there would only stop the drainage that they have coming from their lots that we're willing to accept into that swale area. There's been discussion about weep holes or having areas at the bottom of the wall that would allow it to drain through, which really defeats the purpose because then it's draining in both directions. So we believe that the wall is really not a necessity. The next that they went to was to do the wall for security. And we'll address that here in a moment. You saw some of the areas where it's open to lots, whether it's through a hedge, whether it's through broken fences, or you'll see in a moment there's an area on Congress Avenue that's just wide open that you could jump a little 3-4 foot wall and be into the community. There's 3 models. I'll go through this quickly. I don't think architecture is probably the topic here tonight, but did want to show there's 3 models. There's 2 types of elevations for each model. They range from about 3,600 square feet to our smaller product, which is around 2,600 square feet. All of them have a little outdoor area in the back. There's a backyard, there's a side yard. These are 0 lot lines, so on the one side of the house, the lot sits right on the property line. So, our neighbors, we met with them all. And I've tried to highlight what we felt were the most significant concerns that they raised out of this. We met with the Village of Gulf, met with the mayor and the manager. They talked about density. They talked about the heights of the home. They talked about screening. And actually in the conversation there was hey, would you be willing to sell your property? Entertained all of those from a density standpoint. I think I've gone over that as far as our consistency with Serrano. We're well screened. We don't have access vehicular-wise or pedestrian-wise to the Village of Gulf. We're completely screened off from them. It just, to us, doesn't make sense to have that as an argument. The home height, we've shown the cross sections where they're screened from view. The homes that are on the west side of the buffer, and then their road, and then their easement on the western side of their community are single-family homes, and they are 1 story. But the views are first of all obscured by their own buffer, and then we'll have our own on our side, which is the screening. The purchase, we've not seen any comeback on any offer. As we go around Silver Lake, both Silver Lake and Serrano were here for our Planning and Development Board, and they had, I think Silver Lake had 3 pages of requests. Serrano, I think, was 2. We've kind of broke those down to the ones that we felt had good things to look at. Again, it was the density. Having too many homes. The 26 lots, again, is not the maximum that we could do under this zoning designation, but we're restricting it to the 26 homes. We're remaining consistent with Serrano to the south with the lot sizes, and the home sizes are near the same. The drainage standpoint I started to touch on. We felt like we've had those discussions. We've offered to look at alternative ideas. If they brought back ideas, we've added the swale. We've changed the cross-section. We've included a berm from our onset. Even before we knew that they had concerns, we had that berm to protect that. So we've covered the drainage requirements on there. There was a recent email that we came across that I'd like to touch on relative to the drainage, and it was, I think Ms. Donahue is here. She got up earlier and was asked to wait for the hearing, where she explained about some past issues with drainage coming from the Village of Gulf into Silver Lake because of topo. Silver Lake accepting the drainage from Village of Gulf. This property is privately owned. It's not a drainage system for anybody until we design this and go through the permitting process and develop it. It's not the solution for the drainage problem that seems to be from the Village of Gulf and Silver Lake, and not with us. We're providing a drainage system on our project to abide by all the rules and regulations that will be plugged in. There's a long way to go after, hopefully, we have your approval here in these next upcoming hearings to get it approved. We have to go through a permitting process, again, through the agencies that I mentioned before for that drainage process. There's just making sure I'm covering the notes there. In the email, there's some confusion about the development plan itself. I hit that right up front, that we're staying consistent with the only application we've had formally filed through the city, which is for the 26 lots. So we believe that I don't have any reason to doubt that there's been issues, but it seems like it's something that needs to be worked out between the two communities as we move forward. From a screening standpoint, I know I've covered a lot of this, but we have the hedge material, the screening. We've doubled up at least twice on the property lines as we go around. We've agreed and committed to having a chain link fence, which will add for security along the boundaries of Silver Lake. And then the clubhouse location, there's been a couple of different ideas that have been kicked around, and honestly, we're open to kind of any or all of them. We chose the location, as I mentioned before, because we felt like that had the least amount of impact. One option would be to slide that clubhouse amenity down by 2 lots and just swap it and have 2 lots on the north side. That's something that's doable. It puts a 2-story house closer to the resident to the north, but that's something that would be considered. There's been the discussion of eliminating it completely and replacing that component with one more lot. So we're open to some ideas there on the clubhouse and the pool location. From the security standpoint, this slide is showing the boundaries of Silver Lake, and it's kind of they have a little bit of everything. The blue is fenced areas where I could see it, where it was visible from public roadways. The yellow is where there's a wall. On the very right-hand side of the aerial is adjacent to Congress Avenue. And you can see the photograph on the bottom is the wall that's on Congress Avenue. I didn't go out there and measure it, but I don't think it's more than 4 feet. The other thing it shows, which is where the red arrow is that's a vacant lot where it's completely open to be able to anybody on foot would be able to get into that community. From a security standpoint, the photograph on the top part is at their entrance. They do have a gated entrance. They use the bars at the driveways, which the photograph's too far away for you to see that. But next to it is completely open to be able to walk through. As you continue to the left on that photograph, you have a combination of a hedge, and then there's kind of a varied height of fence, and then if you keep going, it's yet another fence. So it's one of those where not quite sure what the consistency is on the security that they already have. And if I'm a burglar, I'm not going to go to a lot back there that's going to have 14 houses looking out for the backyard on a one-way in, one-way out roadway when there's the ability to have access off of arterial and collector roadways right into the community. Serrano is interesting as well. I'm going to say it kind of surprised me a little bit because we're doing what they have. They too thought that it was too many homes. It's the same density, it's the same lot size that they have. We're continuing the 45-foot lots just right up the road. There was a lot of items in their list of issues and things that they wanted to ask for, of replacing mailboxes and replacing landscape throughout the community, replacing a wall on the eastern side of the property, which we don't really feel is our responsibility to do that. The things that we did look at that are legitimate concerns, the biggest one was traffic calming. It's a straight shot up that road. The items that we've talked about is either adding, and my client is committing to adding some traffic calming measures within their development and at the entry of ours, where it could be as simple as adding paver block in the roadway, which when you drive over that, you kind of get a rumble of your tires. It's used for traffic calming, or traffic humps, or the tables that you drive Renaissance Commons Boulevard. All of us have probably bottomed out our cars on that one time or another. In this situation, I don't know if those are as bad as a public road like that, where the people that would be coming and going from this community are going to know about it. But that's something that my client's willing to do, is a traffic calming. They asked if we would reconstruct their sign. They have a sign on the west side of their entry, which you can see in the top left a slide. They don't have one on the right, so we said, look, we'll rebuild your sign. Allow us to have a sign on the eastern side of the road for our community. They asked us to put in a kind of a column and rail fence along the south boundary line, which my client agreed to do from a visibility standpoint coming on, I think it's Parkland Road. So out of those, the blue strip is Country Trail, the roadway leading in, which there would be traffic calming. We've agreed to the signage, and we've agreed to adding the fencing and the columns along that south boundary line. So finally, a concluding slide, but I would like to reserve some time after the public speaks to be able to address some of those. But in summary, we are taking this 5-acre piece that has been a holdout, probably should have been annexed in long ago, back when Serrano was coming in, but here we are. We're applying the lowest land use density that you have in your code. We're further restricting it to 5 units an acre and not doing the maximum. And the PUD zoning that we're doing is allowing us to do that. And it also allows the conditions of approval to be applied. It's the annexation, the land use to LDR, rezoning to PUD, and then the site plan that goes along with it for the 26 zero-lot line single-family homes. Your staff report, the staff as always does a phenomenal job. They've been great through this whole thing. The staff report speaks for itself, but it does talk about the consistency, the compatibility, and then they propose conditions which we agree to. And so with that, we're asking for you to consider our request here tonight to approve us, move us on to the second reading and work here. Again, our team is here, our consultant team is here, so more than just Joe, traffic engineer, landscape architect, and our client is here as well. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Commission, would you want to open up for public comment or ask for your own comments for the applicant first? I think we're going to open it up to public comment. Please, please form a line along the left side of the wall. If you'd like to speak, please state your name and address for the record, and know that this is the first reading. So you may ask questions, and the applicant may not have the answers, but they may have that opportunity to respond to your questions at the next meeting. Yes, would you like to begin?
My name is Robert Long. I live on 1620 Palm Land. I live in the 80-year-old community on the side, on the south side. And to get onto this development, you got to turn off of Congress and 30th. Right now we have a park with 26 tennis courts there. We're building a new senior courtyards community there. You have Hunter's Run being fed off of that road. You come around the corner, you have Chanticleer Village, is where I live. There's 156 homes there. Then you got Serrano's, got like 50 homes. You got Palm Lane in the back that has over 100 homes. You got 268 homes that are being supplied just by that one Palm Land. What we were asking about last time is when we got to get out on Congress, we might have to wait 2 or 3 lights just to get out because the traffic's backed up so far. Did they do any kind of a survey on the traffic that we have now? Right now, I live right on Palm Land, and I see cars going on the street. It's 25 miles an hour. We have kids walking to the grammar school there. We have cars flying up and down the street, probably going 50 miles an hour. I called the police department. I talked to the sergeant. I talked to the officer in the area. Said they're going to be out there. They're going to patrol it. They never do. So we're concerned about how much more traffic is going to be driving down that road.
Regarding your comments, I did go speak to the county regarding the current traffic signal to see if that you could get additional time. I believe they're doing only 30 seconds. I spoke to them regarding what would 26 single-family homes have. They said it would not make enough difference. However, it is being monitored, and so that is something that we could bring up at the next meeting to see if there's any different discussion from the county.
The city of Boynton Beach, are they going to take care of Palm Land once all these construction, all the concrete trucks and everything go down here and tear up the streets that we live on? That's right in front of my house. So I'm going to have all these construction trucks going up and down, the contractors, everybody else. There's already holes in the street that nobody repairs right when you turn into Serrano. And it's just going to get worse and worse. Who's going to be responsible for that? Is the developer going to be responsible, or is Boynton Beach going to be responsible for that?
I believe it's, we'll double check with our city engineer to see if it is a public road or a private road. Based upon the looks of it, it is a public road.
Public road.
And that would be something in our capital improvement plan to get that repaired, something that we could look at next budget cycle.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Cheryl Levin. I'm an attorney from Sunrise, Florida. I represent Serrano. Nobody from Serrano could be here today, but oh, I'm sorry. From the board? I meant from the board. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm here representing the board of directors. The president wrote a letter that he asked me to copy and distribute to you. I have it available. He asked me to read it very slowly. I'm not going to do that. I will summarize for you the points in the president's letter. The president is Darren Simmons. His concern is, first of all, mostly traffic and safety related. The roads in Serrano are very narrow, as will be the roads in the project. The new project will have no parking available on the sides of the houses. Both communities are therefore going to have emergency vehicle issues. They're going to have a lot of difficulty getting through. In Serrano, they have to park their cars in staggered spaces, one across the street from the other, so that the emergency vehicles can always get through. There's going to be difficulty, they fear, turning around in that turnaround. Serrano has 47 homes. 4 right now are vacant. Of the 43 remaining, only 5 homes park their cars in the garages. The rest are on the streets. 20% of the homes in Serrano have more than 2 cars, and there's good reason to expect that the same situation will exist in the new development. The Serrano lots are small, and this is of great concern. The kids in Serrano have to play on the streets, and they're concerned about the traffic now not only coming into Serrano, but then going through Serrano to get to the new development. Mr. Simmons says the police already have difficulty controlling speeding in the area. If the project's approved, he's afraid that that long strip is almost going to be like an invitation to speed. Traffic studies, the Serrano is unclear as to when the most recent traffic study was done. Mr. Simmons has been watching, and he hasn't seen any traffic counters out there. So they're concerned what the data is supporting the current traffic plan. He's figuring there's going to be at least 52 cars in the new development, and more vehicles, I guess, with the assisted living facility that's being built. The residents fear there's going to be additional light, noise, traffic, and the kids' safety is the big concern. Now, I hear that the light factor was addressed maybe by the hedge, but I don't know if that's going to be sufficient. Serrano is concerned about experiencing the torn roads. At the last meeting, I think in the Planning and Zoning Board, it looked like the roads were going to be torn up for 2 years, and they were going to have to tear up 75 feet of road just to hook in the water and the sewer. So the residents basically feel this is not the smart growth that they said the city commission used in campaigning. They're very concerned about the safety factor, and I would like to distribute the letter so I can tell him I did it. May I give it to you?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, let me give one for that.
Good evening. My name's Tom Lynch. I'm the mayor of the Village of Gulf, and I'm here speaking on their behalf. And congratulations to those who just passed or were reelected. We're concerned about this project because even though it's 26 single zero lot lines on 5 acres, when you take out the road and the amenities, you're really talking much less than 5 acres. So it comes out to more like 7.8 units per acre, which is really dense, especially when you take Silver Lake, which is the adjoining neighbor on the east and on the north. They have 169 lots with 86.6 acres, which amounts to 1.92, under 2 units per acre. The Village of Gulf has less than, it's a half unit per acre or smaller, and we have a maximum of 1. So the 2 abutting communities are much less dense than what they're proposing. I also called to mind that under your comp plan, under Objective 8.5, it says the city shall coordinate with adjacent local governments to establish joint planning areas of mutual interest. We feel we have a major concern and are asking your help as a mutual city abutting us. We've had a long 30-some-year relationship with the Boynton. We buy fire services from you. We buy sewer services, and we're the primary golf course that has done the reuse water with the other golf courses for you for over 20 years, and that contract was just renewed thanks to Colin and Lori. From what I've listened to tonight, when you go through Serrano to enter, you're going through a very dense area, which they're opposed to it, but the two communities most affected are Village of Gulf and Silver Lake. It's surprising when you listen to everything that's been said, all 3 communities abutting this property are against it. So hopefully you will find the right decision to deny this. Thank you.
Good evening. And congratulations to those of you who are re-elected or elected to office. My name is Christine Thrower, and I'm the manager of the Village of Gulf. And I won't repeat what the mayor said because we're obviously talking from the same place. Certainly, density and landscaping that is being proposed is inconsistent with both Serrano and the Village of Gulf, both of which have significantly greater setbacks on all sides than what is being proposed here tonight. There's no fence or wall being proposed by the applicant on the west side of the property. The village does have a fence there. And it was a little ironic that staff's recommendation was that property owners could bisect the landscaping and attach to the fence when really no fence was even proposed on that western boundary of the property. While the setback to Silver Lake to the east is 75 feet to accommodate the dry retention area, the west setback places these homes literally on top of the fence of the Village of Gulf. Drainage, as you heard, continues to be an issue, and I think it's something that bears a lot more engineering. The applicant says he's focused on consistency, compatibility, and impact, and those are fine with respect to the zoning and the land use. Unfortunately, this site plan is inconsistent and incompatible with the surrounding communities. Your own Planning and Development Board recommended denial of this site plan in its meeting. The only thing they recommended was approving the annexation. The village and the city of Boynton Beach have enjoyed more than 30 years in partnership, purchasing services from you for wastewater treatment, fire and rescue, more recently stormwater through the Country Club of Florida, services that we pay in excess of $1.2 million every year for. On behalf of the Village Homeowners Association President Joanne Grubman, who's with me here tonight, the mayor and the village council, we hope you'll look upon our concerns as those of a good neighbor who only wants what's best for all of the neighborhoods that are being impacted by this.
Hello, my name is Roger Saberson. I live at 2740 Southwest 23rd Cranbrook Drive in Silver Lake. I live at the very south, I directly abut the development property at its southeast corner. And I'm waiting for Bradley to pull up the site plan for a moment. Something bigger, but that's why you got it. That's it. Okay. Okay. There are only a few subjects that I want to talk to you about regarding the site plan. One of them is the what's called the dry retention area, which provides which I think is reflective of very good and sensitive design, to take into account the interests of the neighbors in terms of the separation between their homes and our homes. And that retention area there's a 10-foot buffer area, there's a 50-foot drainage area, there's a 15-foot rear setback required of the property in Palm Trail. That's a 75-foot separation, which is very, very important and very helpful. On the Village of Gulf side, they already have, as Bradley indicated, 105 feet of separation between the nearest home in the Village of Gulf and what would be the rear of the homes in this project. It's especially important in this case to provide the separation. The homes in their project are almost all two-story homes. They have second floor rear balconies, and if those homes are built close to us, those balconies are just going to be peering down on us, which we don't like. But that drainage area, there's 11 lots in Silver Lake that directly abut the project. That drainage area benefits 9 of the 11 lots. There's been some discussion, and you'll hear more, I'm sure, about, there's an existing lake on the property. Some people are arguing to preserve the existing lake. And, that would be fine if you can continue to maintain that 75 feet of separation. But if the trade-off between preserving that existing lake, that drainage area has to go or be reduced, so we now have those homes like 15 feet from the back of our property, or some of us must have the homes 15 feet from the back of our property. That would be totally, unequivocally unacceptable. You know, we need to maintain that separation. That provides the greatest benefits, the greatest number of homes in the Silver Lake property. The lake that's on the property now, as Bradley's indicated, it's our understanding that first of all, it is a man-made lake. It was created when Durrell Bailey wanted to build a large single-family home on his property, and he needed fill, I guess, for the property as opposed to trucking in off-site fill. And so they did a lake. It's dig a pond or whatever you want to call it. It's very common in South Florida for that to occur. You know, some of the people in my neighborhood that want to preserve the lake don't even abut this property. I mean, and it's been pointed out to us in one of the meetings that, you know, even as to the people in Silver Lake that abut this property, if the lake is preserved, once the project's developed and the landscaping goes in, you won't even be able to see the lake anyway. So I don't know. Now, drainage in the wall. We're very, very concerned about drainage risk. And, you know, we don't want to find ourselves on the evening news some night after a hurricane that we have 3 or 4 feet of water in our homes. You know, the drainage system has to be designed so that it protects us. And, you know, Bradley made the comment about, you know, we wanted to try and work with their engineer to try and come up with, you know, alternative things that might be done. They said, well, you go hire your own engineer. Our association doesn't have money in its budget to be hiring a private engineer. I personally consulted at my own expense with a private engineer. And I may have more consultations with him before you all have second reading on your ordinances, so there may be more comments. But I did want to mention that, you know, the engineer that I consulted and myself, we'd like to commend the city engineer for the city engineers putting in the conditions of approval as to the height of the berm, that the berm has to be at the 100-year, 3-day storm stage. And that's a major consideration, and, you know, that has to stay in the conditions of approval. Also, your city engineer requires a swale, which Bradley Miller has said that swale will be a foot deep. That is also some benefit, but there may be some other things that need to be explored in order to protect the properties. Now, as far as the installation of a wall, I think there's precedent in this area for requiring a developer to construct a wall. The Serrano project was required to do it, and when Bradley showed the location of the wall, he showed the small location behind a Silver Lake. He didn't show that the wall extends all the way through Serrano to the village of Gulf. You know, and that wall is necessary for privacy, security, and drainage. And I can tell you, when we've had the hurricanes came through after they built Serrano, having that wall there, the rainfall that fell at least within their buffer area, it didn't just flow onto our property. I think their wall, by virtue of it being there, essentially directed it back to their drainage system, which was very significant, very important. And I think that, you know, with a little analysis and further review, the developer can find a way to provide that wall and also make the drainage system work for our benefit. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Anne Marie Lonergan, A-N-N-M-A-R-I-E. Last name is Lonergan, L-O-N-E-R-G-A-N. I live at 2663 Southwest 23rd Cranbrook Drive, Boynton Beach. My home is the one with the little pool there, and I do have a wood fence behind my house. I have gone ahead and hired a private urban planner, civil engineer, developer team to look at this project. They don't understand how the city is saying that this is terrific, how the city of Boynton Beach is saying this is great, this matches Serrano, when indeed there's at least 16 points that this development does not match the surrounding communities that are already established. One's another city. There's been no joint city coordination at all. Serrano has green space and a lake and another green space at the entrance to their area. This area has no green space on top of the little swale. So if they want to match Serrano, we need a lake for drainage, about the same size, and we'll need the green space that's to the west and southeast area of Serrano, plus all of the little berms and green area that abuts their roadway. Yes, some of their lots are 115 by 45, but not all of their lots. They also have a mandated towing at night for any cars left on the street, so emergency first responders, not just one fire truck, but a fire truck and an ambulance can both access their site and their property, and they do have a circular drive throughout their property. This design is not in keeping with any surrounding community. The city has negated and neglected to enforce their own rules of design, from landscaping to engineering to site to zoning. Why? We're not really sure what's going on here. And we really do appreciate the fact that a number of the commissioners did indeed say, I've been talking with Bradley, good friend of mine. Thanks for getting me, we appreciate all the hard work you do. We don't mind this site getting developed. We're in favor. Everyone's entitled to make $1. We're in the United States of America. But you want to annex a Palm Beach County property into the city while cramming this thing down our throats? Give me a break. Who's it going to benefit? And what is the developer providing the city for not having green space? Are the owners going to be like Canterbury, where they're hit with this huge tax bill every year to make a park in the city somewhere, and that money disappears? Our city has spent tens of thousands, if not millions of dollars for flood mitigation. This report is published every year. We're supposed to abide by these reports. This property design doesn't even abide by our own reports from flood mitigation. And then on top of that, you're going to force me and a few homeowners, established residents, to go out and mitigate what? All of the drainage, because they want to put a dry berm. When was the last time we had a dry berm of this size handle that much permeable space that's non-permeable now? It doesn't calculate. They don't have a percolation test to date. You guys are saying this is great. All your departments are saying this is great based on wish list and desires. I did have a site plan drawn up where we show the finished floor elevation to 14, because the city of Boynton makes it 1 foot plus, right? Flood mitigation, we're sticking with that one. So all these homes, when he does this nice, beautiful, you can't see anything, but the top of the roof is not true. That's a lie, because he is keeping his finished floor elevation the same as my home, when in fact his new residences will be 4 feet higher than where my house sits now. His berm of 4 feet tall by 50 by 630 is not sufficient for the amount of paving, construction, and coverage of the site that's there now. It doesn't even abide by Serrano, because they don't even match up green space and drainage to green space to drainage. Nobody wants this as it's designed. How can the city come to all of the residents and another city and say, hey, we've looked at it. Boy, we're hunky-dory. This is great. We've already signed off. All our departments have signed off on it. I'd like to know who and which department. I'd like to know which city commissioner and which mayor says this is great. You guys have been having these meetings. This meeting wasn't even published. That they chose to elect to table it from the last city commission to March was in the newspaper. Their sign outside their site shows the February dates. So none of this is even past the sniff test of the state of Florida statute. It doesn't pass Sunshine State law as far as I'm concerned, and this design doesn't even pass our own criteria that we have within our city. Your drainage is going to inflict a tidal wave into my backyard. Now, if we put up a concrete wall and I got to mitigate some drainage and we'll drain into the lake that we already own, that we already pay our HOA by putting some exfiltration underneath the road, we can do that. But I'm not eating their runoff on a major storm. Plus, I don't want to look at a three-story house sitting 50 feet from my house. No, I'm going to be in my backyard, enjoying my pool with my grandkids. Their houses will be like 50 feet, way up in the sky, causing shade, noise, light, pollution, barbecue, smell. I'm going to have 106 more cars back there, 208 people, minimum, without guests, now in my backyard. That's far exceeding any community
Excuse me, you're
around
saying you're
us.
having 200 people in your backyard?
Well, yeah, because that backyard will now have 208 people.
Okay.
They have 4 bedrooms per residence, 2 people per bedroom. That's 208 people. That's my house right there. Yeah, that's my backyard. And if it's 4 cars without gas, that's 106 cars, 104 cars. That's not any lawn, people. Right now we're going to have water stagnant sitting in that dry bed, so we get Zika. We'll get dead animals and everything else. Oh, by the way, I have emails. The city of Boynton Beach does not enforce PUD, HOA landscape. All this great screening of the eureka palms. If they die, get a disease, and they pull them out, that HOA, city's not coming in to say replant them. No, my neighbors just have lights every night in their yard, in their house, every single night, because nobody wants to put a wall up, nobody wants to reduce the density, so it's manageable and it makes sense. How much money do you have to make? We calculated at a break-even analysis, this is about a 45% rate of return. Wonderful, it's going to only increase with the new tax laws. Everyone wants to move to Florida, everyone. But do you really have to make your 50% in my backyard? Really? Why? Who says? And how can you guys have all these meetings and prove all of this before it's even brought to us? That's not right. It's just not right. You want to annex this property in the city of Boynton? Fine, we can do that. Then we'll go and look at their development, and we'll bring out the rules that are published for the city of Boynton, and we'll start checking off. Oh, does this one have, no green space, gee, let's take out a few homes. Oh, geez, here's this no percolation test. Well, that's pie in the sky. We haven't done a residential group like this in the city of Boynton, this area, without a lake for drainage in the past 50 years. Show me one that's not tied into city drainage that doesn't have a lake, that's got a dry burn bed, 4 feet deep, 50 feet wide. Give me a break, people. And then look at the size of the pool. Okay, you're going to have 208 people use that pool. It's 50 by 75. My house pool is 30 by, my house was like 22 by 42, my own house pool. How are you going to get 208 people in that pool? One bathroom fixture? There's 2 total. You guys, come on. I want to know who's signing off on this at the city of Boynton.
There hasn't been anything signed off yet.
I keep hearing it's great. And they've met. Hey, we met with the city. This is your site view. This is what it's going to look like. And it's not true. They're manipulating what they're presenting to you to begin with, which I find highly offensible. And number 2, this doesn't match Sereno. Give us the lake. Give us all the green space, give us the wall, give us the landscaping, give us no light pollution into our neighborhood, then we'll match Sereno, and that's the closest highest density neighborhood near them. As the mayor said from the Village of Gulf, their density is so much lower. Well, of course, granted, it's beautiful. Our density is a lot lower. Okay, so we've got some fences that are falling down. We fix them. Right now, we just don't know. Mr. and Mrs. Bailey left. We worked used to, work with them. They were our neighbors. We have documented drainage going into the Bailey's home because the county said it was okay. The city of Boynton doesn't even have our PUD on file. They don't even have the records of our development on file. They're gone. Can't find them. Okay, great. But that doesn't mean you guys get to come back 50 years later and go, hey, guess what? Our new buddies over here, our new developer friends here, can get lots of money from all these new houses and tax returns. Geez, you guys are going to have to put in a whole bunch of new drainage for all your homes because you guys are just old. And that's it. Really? the audacity of that comment, the audacity when it doesn't even match what's published by the city. And
When was that published?
Oh, right here. You can go to your website, sir. Here you go. This is the 217 City of Boynton Beach Flood Mitigation Plan. It also includes your emergency response plan, okay? That's all updated year to year or 5 year, depending if it's NPDES or the NOA or everything else that needs to be done. We've spent a lot of money working on storm drainage in this town. A lot. And now you're going to just force more problems on us? This doesn't make sense.
Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'd like to know, where's the park? Where's the green area? Because you can't use the berm, that's not green space.
No, I just want to know any more questions. Where's the park? Where's the green areas? Any other questions?
Yeah, and I want to know, so the city has not signed off, they've not had meetings, they've not nodded and said, yeah, this looks good, we would let you do this if we annex you to our city. Nobody in the city has been meeting with this developer and their plans.
Just any more questions?
That's my question. Who in the city and which department and what person has been meeting to look at these development plans?
Everyone.
Everyone, okay. Because I heard
Because
just a
everyone
second
has
ago.
review of the plans beforehand.
Right.
Because we've had a lot of meetings, and I guess the applicant can describe all the different meetings they've had with all the different departments, if that's the question you want to have.
Yes, I would like
Okay.
to know who and what department has said
All right. Is
not
there any
that
other
this is
questions
good.
that you have?
Yes, I'd like to know how it is possible to present this site development plan with inaccurate information and not
Well,
calculated.
he's under oath, so if they have inaccurate information, he has to worry about that.
Then for the record, I would like it stated that their sight line shows their finished floor elevation on their new property to our finished floor elevation of our homes at the estate of Silver Lakes are on the same horizontal plane when they are trying to prove how this will not cause any sight line difficulties, any landscape difficulties, any light pollution difficulties to my neighborhood. Secondly, I want it on the record that this city commission and you, mayor, are guaranteeing that those areca palm shrubs will always be enforced by the city code compliance, that should they die or be taken out or there's an accident or an emergency truck runs through them, they'll be replanted. So we won't have car lights into our neighborhood day and night, every night, 365, right? Because that's what you're guaranteeing here by approving that without a wall. Secondly, I would like somebody to tell me and show me how this dry burn bed is even considered approvable or even considered something that would be accepted by our city when it does not meet. I mean, how many line items do we want to go by?
Is that your last
and
comment?
also, my fourth point is this.
Okay.
I would like to know who in the emergency response team of the city has looked at this, has looked at the emergency response traffic study for this high density, for this landlocked street to come out onto Congress and still meet our FEMA requirements that we're getting a grant from with emergency response, traffic, and everything else that has to be in compliance. So those are my questions to the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I'm going to let the last person in line speak.
I think I'm the last person in
Yes.
line.
Okay, we got
Oh, is
two
there
more.
someone else? Okay. I don't know if anybody else is in line. I'm Julia Davidow. That's David O.W. I live at 2314 Southwest 23rd Cranbrook Drive, and I'm here as the HOA president of the Silver Lake Estates at Silver Lake. And we want to congratulate everyone. This has been an incredible evening, and it's getting very late. And although I have a lot of notes, I'm going to try and be very succinct. I want to say that I have to applaud Bradley Miller and Mark Julian for listening to us, and what they recreated didn't change very much, but it did address a lot of things that they listened to us. It didn't make any difference because the things that you just heard Anne Marie say are still very much a concern. I want to thank Ed Breeze because we met with him as well. And I have a list of all the things that I addressed with Ed Breeze, with my small committee. I guess there were 11 on this page. The original time when we came before the Development and Planning Board, I had the 14 things that I pulled from my community, and I have the Planning Board dealt with that. And then I have on this one, this is when I met with Julian and Bradley. So those are all opportunities. Those are very different from the first 16 because we kept moving back and getting the consensus of the community. But I want to say this one thing. We are asking you to protect our community. We request that if you do annex this property, that you annex it with lots of consideration and a very heavy heart. As Bradley Miller said, this is the donut hole, and we are surrounding this donut hole. A concrete block wall, 6 feet. Unfortunately, Bradley made our neighborhood look like we have no security, and we have a guard there, and we are not suffering from any burglaries. But we also have a neighbor, one neighbor, 2 older people lived on that 7 acres, and we never needed to put up a fence or a wall. Now we're going to have 26 homes with 4 bedrooms. So we're asking for a 6-foot concrete wall with weep holes or whatever's going to allow proper drainage. I'm not the specialist on that. The drainage people are. The density is extreme. We're asking for just 20 homes. We would like to see, if at all possible, the lake is a concern, but drainage is a higher concern for us. The street should end in a cul-de-sac or something that you can go around, because Serrano does. Every one of these homes, these communities, have a lake. And they have a lake because of the water that's there in this whole plot of land. And of course, we are concerned, but Mr. Miller said that there was flexibility with where the cabana would be. Finally, I say, although most of what is presented here remains at the discretion of the developer, the city has the right to set requirements, tenets, principles of annexation. This is a unique situation. The proposed development is completely surrounded by other communities, older communities, communities that have been part and supportive of Boynton Beach for years. It cannot be developed without an agreement of egress, as there are no city roads and direct access to the property. Therefore, the city should proceed cautiously before annexing. Extractions to annexation of this property are reasonable consideration. The city can protect and the long surrounding communities. Modern zoning regulations had no bearing on the development of these older communities. We were established at a different time, and we hold and ask you, please try and understand what we need and protect us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ariane Demetris. I live at 1 Country Lake Trail, which is the first house in Serrano. I bought that house because it looked like a really nice, peaceful, quiet, safe neighborhood, and I didn't know that they were going to build a lot of other houses with a lot more cars coming through. And as has been mentioned, everyone is talking about the right-of-way that would get to those houses that used to get to Bailey's house, but there's also Palmland itself, which was briefly mentioned. And as it is, people are coming in off Congress, flying around that turn to get to Palmland Villas at the end. And I've almost been hit myself with them flying around a car that almost ended up in the canal because they're coming around that turn so fast. So you're going to multiply that by about 5 when you have all those people plus all the 4 cars each or whatever is going to be in those houses plus their guests. I understand that a kind of person who has a 4-bedroom house is probably not going to be dangerous or stealing from us or any of that, but their guests don't care. And the other issue is, and we don't really want speed bumps because that ruins our cars, and it's, to be simple, annoying having speed bumps that you have to pass several times a day, every day going with your car. But the other thing that I don't know if anyone has brought up is I think that we have an easement already behind our houses for like FPL and things like that, the cable lines and the phone lines, all this, whatever. But how, if they're saying that they're going to have a wall between their houses on the west side that's on the top of the map and the village of Gulf, how are FPL and all those companies going to get there? Are they going to have to go through our backyards like they're already doing to get to our houses, going from one of our houses to the next and causing damage? Or how are they going to get there? There's no real way to get there. If they're saying there's, whatever they said there, 10 feet of landscaping and a wall and a fence and all these things, how are they going to get to those houses unless they're going through our backyards? So I'm worried about that too, because we already have FPL and whatever tramping through our yards whenever they want. So now it's going to be more to get to their houses. That's all.
Thank you. So I'm going to close public comments and open it up to the commission to make any questions for the applicant. And Commissioner Katz, you'd like to begin.
Just a question to staff and legal with regards to the proposed site plan and basically any specification of the project before us. If this property were annexed, assigned the land use and zoning, is there anything in the proposal that is inconsistent or violates existing city code or ordinance, whether it's related to traffic, utilities?
So at site plan level, on the information we've been provided, has been reviewed against our current codes, and currently we're recommending approval with our conditions, and the conditions are the ones that address those code issues that need to be addressed, that it does meet our current code for this zoning and this land use. I hope that answers your question.
Does the board have any other questions? I guess my question, okay, I'm going to ask our city engineer. Is he in the audience? Because there's a lot of engineering talk, and I'm not an engineer. So can you please, or do we need to, can you please explain why did this get approval?
Yes, the current
Can you
standards.
state your name, though, too?
Oh, I'm sorry. Gary Dunmeyer, city engineer. When I reviewed the drainage on this, the requirements for drainage are that a 100-year storm, the homes are designed for the 100-year storm. As this facility or this project doesn't have an outfall, it only seemed reasonable that they would have to contain that entire storm within the limits of their property. And so as I look through this project, they should not be allowed to discharge at any point during a 100-year, 3-day storm off-site.
Okay, and so right now there's a lake there, and that has, everybody can see that it's holding water. Do we know actually the amount of volume that water is holding?
No, but in a project like this, you wouldn't have any discharge in the pre-development, and therefore no discharge would be allowed in the post-development. And so when you compare pre and post, it's the same here.
I mean, my question is that, we got springs, we got wells and aquifers sort of, acting. So like, what is feeding that lake there so that it doesn't, dry up?
The groundwater elevation.
And so that's kind of where, my question is that if we try to fill in, create this berm, is there still going to be groundwater filling that?
So that's a final design, but the way these work, if it's a if the pond is wet, it's generally where that groundwater sits. Your dry retention, the bottom of the pond has to be 1 foot above the seasonal high groundwater level, so it stays dry and it can perk. Now, there was questions about perking, all that. All that comes during detailed design, but yes, they're designed to be above that level, and they also provide a higher nutrient removal than wet ponds do. So when a lake has water in it, it does less for the environment than a dry lake. So the city does recommend dry when we can get them.
Because, basically the grass that is there and any sort of plants can absorb the water.
It has a much higher level of nutrient removal.
And so I think that's kind of one of the questions I have was that what exactly is the volume that's supposed to hold,
Like Gary said, I'll answer and then Gary can answer. It holds the volume that's generated from that development during a 100-year, 3-day storm.
So
The
what's that
gallons,
number?
If you wanted gallons, Gary's probably going to have to go look it up.
Right, yeah, I don't have.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing, that this is first reading, so we can get the answers for next time. Is that how many actual gallons does the 50 feet times, I don't know how many.
Yeah, the applicant's engineer's here. I would ask the applicant's engineer.
Okay. I'll ask the applicant's engineer regarding the berm and the dry retention area. How much, how does it hold the 100-year flood for 3 days?
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, staff. My name is Joe Pike, 298 Northeast 2nd Avenue in Delray Beach, with a company called Enviro Design. We are the civil engineers for the project. When I don't recall, and forgive me, Gary, it's been a while, but I don't recall us talking about putting the 100-year storm on site and containing all of that. Typically, South Florida Water Management District, who is kind of the leading drainage agency here, doesn't require that, and I'm certainly willing to consider it. But sometimes when you ask for more, there's unintended consequences. My concern with storing all of that on site, we're raising our berms, we're potentially raising our homes higher.
So tell me what you got.
We're complying with the same regulations that Serrano did, the same regulations that other surrounding developments do within the city, and that's the 25-year storm event on site for the berm. For essentially, there's a bowl around the site. That's what the 25-year storm is about. That's how we determine how much volume is contained thereon, and we really, I can't speak to gallons any more than Gary can, just because we think in terms of storm events and design storms. So what it's designed for right now, again, is in compliance with South Florida water management requirements and city requirements as far as I'm concerned. I see a head shake. Am I mistaken as far as what is the city requirement that would not be complied with if we designed to the 25-year 3-day storm event?
So the conditions of approval are that they hold a 100-year, 3-year storm because they don't have a positive outfall. If they provide a positive outfall, which means a positive outfall for the water to drain, then they can step back to the 25-year St. Johns River, the South Florida Water Management District's regulations. But in the city, if they do not have a positive outfall, they have to hold a 100-year storm, and that is a condition of approval.
And so a positive outfall.
So if they can't do it, they would not get approval.
So it would be the positive outflow would be like the canal or something in that sense?
Correct. Yes, they would have to go to a positive outfall that has free flowing to the
I mean, there's the canal not too far away.
Yes, if they could go to the canal, they could go someplace like that, yes, absolutely.
Okay, well then.
And that's codified in, just for my edification, that's codified in the LDRs, where you're saying it's a condition of approval, so I'm not sure which one it is.
Is staff's condition?
It's both in our rules and it's in conditions of approval.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's the case, then we'll certainly look at that and we'll accommodate that event. Again, what that might result in, though, is higher berms, higher home elevations within our community.
Okay, and then as a civil engineer, some people are asking for more, I guess, a concrete wall with weepage holes. Do you have an opinion on that?
I don't see how a wall is going to contain drainage. Again, we size them, and by the way, a dry retention area is not a lesser drainage design or a lesser solution than a lake. They're both equally acceptable. So, yeah, a wall, I really don't see how that helps or hurts, honestly, the whole drainage situation.
Okay. And then the other aspect of it is that, you know, you could assume that based upon what the applicant was saying is that the topography is that there's homes on Silver Lake that aren't retaining all of their water. And if we build this berm and we build this, what is their recourse if their house floods? Do they need to, end up starting to drain, dig up all of their yard? Or what exactly is?
I'm not going to speak to recourse. I'm not an attorney, but what I can tell you is this. They have a permitted system in place through South Florida Water Management, and it's been in place since 1977. They're supposed to, by that permit, they're supposed to be self-contained. They're not to be looking to other properties to drain off onto. They're supposed to be fully contained. And so what we do on our site is not going to affect them, nor should what they do on their site affect us.
Okay. So any sort of thing that you do for them is out on and above what you're required.
Absolutely. That's a great way to put it.
Okay. And I guess that was my questions regarding the berm. I guess with the FPL, I think, they can have access to the power lines through the Village of Gulf.
Honestly, as a civil, I'm not up to speed on the electric. We are extending water and sewer through Serrano. I believe there's also electric easements or general utility easements leading up to the same roadway system. So it may come in that way. It might come through the Village of Gulf.
Saying that they come from, the easements are through the backyards of the Serrano?
I believe they're right along the roadway. The access road typically has general utility easements on either side of that for electrical utilities. I'm not certain of that. The only thing I do know is, like I said, we are extending water and sewer utilities. The water utilities are coming in through Serrano.
Okay. And the electrical utilities are coming in from where?
Again, that's not my specialty. I'd have to defer to the mechanical engineers.
For the record, Bradley Miller is far from my specialty too, but I can tell you on our western property line, there's a power line that runs along that. There's an easement, I believe it's 20 feet wide on the west side of our property line that's in the Village of Gulf that I think would provide access to that power line.
So it wouldn't go through the backyards at Serrano?
I don't know. I'm guessing that power line continues on through, but anybody coming to serve it, if it's, say it's the lot that's got the footprint on it, they would go through the side yard, and so they're not going through the backyards of Serrano.
I do have some questions for the landscape architects as well.
Good evening. My name's Dave Bodker, 601 North Congress Avenue, Delray Beach, Florida.
All right. So one of my concerns is the root system near properties with pools along the eastern border. Because you have the 10-foot landscape buffer, and as you can see, there are a couple properties with pools. And what they don't want is that the root systems technically could go under the line and end up damaging the pool and the patios. Is there anything that you are doing to make sure that the root systems don't affect your neighbors?
We haven't added it to the plan at this time, but there's root barrier that we could use.
Okay, I would probably make that a condition on approval, specifically for the areas with pools or patios that are within, I guess the 5 to 10 feet from the border.
Right.
Because I think if the house isn't within the 10 feet, then you might not need the root barrier. But that's something for you to let us know at the second reading.
Okay.
And I guess the other thing is the green aspect of it. I believe that we charge a fee for any new residence unit for our green, for our Parks and Rec. Is that correct? I know that.
Yes, there's a park impact fee. Yes,
Okay.
there's a park impact fee for every residential
And
unit.
what is that Park and Rec fee?
Next reading. I think it's around $650. But
Okay.
It's in the code. I have to look it
And,
up.
you know, because these are zero lot lines, there is no planned community park. I know that the barrier-free park is near that. You know, I request that because there's no, you know, community park, that you increase your community Parks and Rec fee voluntarily to $1,000. Is something for the applicant, not necessarily you as the landscape architect.
Yeah, I'm sure whatever the requirement is, we'll comply with, and then if there's additional fees requested, then...
You got to go speak into the mic, sorry.
Yeah, additional fees will have to be agreed upon with my client.
Okay. And then I guess also I have another question for the contract, for the applicant, Mr. Miller. So we did hear comment of hundreds of people being in a backyard. Does the association plan on having a towing contract so that cars are not parked on the side of the road at night?
There would be, the plan here is that each lot has two-car garage, driveway that can accommodate two cars within it. It's going to be an HOA document issue for the parking, which is the same for any community. I live in a townhouse community where we have one-car garages, two-car garages, some driveways, some not. It's kind of interesting how it all plays out because you quickly get to know your neighbors if you need their driveway. When you have an event that's, putting 200 people in a backyard is a little out there.
But is there...
That's not going to happen.
And is there any space for parking at the pool? Or
There are 3 spaces at the pool area, yes,
Okay.
exclusive of the turnaround. The turnaround area has to be signed for no parking and restricted from parking.
Okay, and that would be monitored 24 hours a day, I would assume. And, for me, I understand that basically the trash vehicle, sanitation vehicle would pick up all the trash on the east side of the road and then back up and do a K-turn to go get the properties on the left side of the road.
Correct.
And that would probably be similar to with what the police or fire would have to do if they need to go to the end of the road.
Correct.
And our police and fire have signed off on that, and sanitation.
Police and fire, the process itself, if you want me to go into that.
No.
Okay.
But but we did get a request.
That was a question.
We did get a request of all the different meetings that you've had with the city, not necessarily everything that was just discussed, but if you could give us a timeline of the amount of time that you spent with the city to develop this, I think that might give the residents a better understanding of all of the things that you had to give up to get, or had to work with the city, to get this project to get this far with the conditions on approval. And so I'd like to request that for the second reading.
Will do.
And then you heard earlier my comment regarding the voluntary fee for green space. If you want to designate it to the barrier-free park, I'd be happy to have that as well. I think that's... And that's it. I think that, in general, this is, and my last question is that why did you decide to have the property annexed through the city rather than try to get this developed through the county?
It belongs in the city. The city's providing the services there. It's on the future annexation. maps, if you will, for the city. It's completely surrounded on 3 sides by the city. If you look at the Florida statutes, again, and I, not to put Mr. Sheriff on the spot, but if you look at the annexation, frankly, it should have been annexed before, because you'll see, in fact, in the cover sheet of the staff report, the first item says that staff concurs that the proposed annexation meets the statutory conditions, the parcel is contiguous to the city boundary and reasonably compact, and that it does not create enclaves or pockets. It's already an enclave.
Yeah.
It's already a pocket. The statute is there to eliminate those.
All right. And so, thank you. And so, yeah, I understand that, the developer's not building the $1.5 million homes on a golf course like the Village of Golf, and that, we are in the 2019 now, and so zero lot lines is what every developer is doing, regardless pretty much of the value of the home, because when you go out west with GL, they're still doing zero lot lines. And so,
not to mention, it's a single-family residential community where we've had very few of those here in the city lately.
right. And so, no, I'm excited to have that moving forward, that we have an opportunity for new single-family homes. I think the last one built was probably, 2016? Might have been 3 or 4 years ago. It's before, I have not approved any my first 3 years. So that's something that we're looking forward to. And, regarding the density aspect of it, is there a possible way to get it 1 reduced or 2 to, 25 or 24 homes, or is...
Is it possible? It's always possible, yes. Does it really make sense when we have the same lot size, the density of Serrano? It's one of those where if you make bigger lots, the roof lines are covering just greater areas of space. To me, it's not good planning. It's creating a scenario where we are consistent with Serrano. If you create larger lots, now we're not consistent with anything.
Well,
which is contrary to your comp plan.
It would be in the middle between the Silver Lake and Village of Golf, if it's, because Serrano is the lowest, but as you mentioned before, that's where this community is, adjacent, the road is adjacent to. And so we'll definitely take a look into our capital improvement plan. I guess we'll get that information for next meeting, when Parmland Road is supposed to get repaired, if it currently has potholes on it. And I think those are all my questions. Commissioner Ramos, you had some?
Yes, I do just want to address the cul-de-sac question, because that was one of the things that I was curious about, knowing that that was originally the proposed layout for the roadway and the development. Why did staff recommend that we remove the cul-de-sac? This is a question for staff, not necessarily the developer.
I'm going to let Gary answer that.
Okay.
When I looked at that project before, there was a cul-de-sac there, but recently on a project, we had a T turnaround, just like the one that's proposed here, and I just brought that up as an example of something that could be approved. And when I shared that with Bradley Miller, he said that looked good too. And so he ended up opting with that, and I support it.
Okay, so it wasn't that we disliked or
Correct.
disapproved, we just...
No, I didn't have a preference either way. To me, it looked like it took up more asphalt, made more impervious area. This T turnaround seemed to work better with how he laid out the lots. And so that's the one I support.
Okay, so in terms of laying down less concrete, laying down less asphalt, this is the better way to go, the T turnaround instead of the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
Okay. My other question is, what is the alternative to this project if we were to annex it with the maximum density possible? What is the alternative that this project could have been?
Sure, I understand that.
So what they're proposing is not the highest use of what it could be. I'm saying, what could it have been? What could the alternative, if they wanted to really maximize the density of this, of what we allow within our comp plan within our city here?
Well, I think the applicant mentioned that they had done something with townhomes, but we wouldn't have recommended approval for that. This would be the density, this would be the zoning, this is the lowest zoning. Well, the lowest zoning would be a residential zoning, but the PUD is the same density, but it allows staff a lot more flexibility to add additional requirements on the project. So the reason we're recommending a PUD is because it does allow staff to recommend more conditions on the project to make it a better project. Whereas straight zoning, straight residential zoning, it's simply lots cut up and a road put in. So you have more control over a PUD than you do on the standard zoning that we would recommend for this property.
Okay.
Sorry.
Amanda?
Hi, Amanda Basili, Principal Planner.
She'll get a better answer.
Principal Planner for the city. The maximum density allowed under the low-density residential is 7.5. So they could technically do 7.5 under the PUD also.
And what would that mean, like in terms of
It would be,
number
they
of
have about
homes?
5 acres, so they would, maximum would be 5 times the 7.5. Quick math, Colin.
Like 35, 36?
Right.
So you're saying there's a possibility that they could have built 36 homes on this property?
If they could fit it spatially, yes, that's what density allows.
I see. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramos, do you have any other questions?
No, that ends my questioning. Thank you.
Commissioner Tai.
There seems to be some question on some of the basic facts of the situation. For example, with the density, I've heard one side, I've heard another side, and they don't seem to agree. One of the speakers earlier, was it Anne Marie? Do I have the name right? Was that you who mentioned that you had hired a private land planner?
Yes.
I would like to request if you could send me any additional documentation so I can evaluate this information.
Ty, if you'd like to speak to someone from the audience, you actually have to have them come up to the podium.
All right.
Because we need to have what they say.
I don't
is on
need to
the
speak with her. I'm just making the comment that if somebody could provide me that information.
Through the chair, I would be happy to meet with any of the commissioners and city staff in person. With my paperwork, I will not make it part of public record for anyone else's use. I've bought it and paid for it myself. I'd also like a copy of the staff report recommending this project in its state as is, with all of the attachments that were provided.
Mayor, may I just jump in at this point? Information that is provided in the manner that the speaker has just suggested, which is outside of the quasi-judicial proceeding, will not support any outcome by the commission, meaning it won't constitute evidence in this proceeding. If the speaker wants something to be considered by the commission as a whole and considered part of the record, it must be submitted now or at second reading, not privately.
What is that? What is this commission voting on tonight, sir? The annexation only, right?
No.
No, there are several items on the agenda. The annexation is the first item.
Okay, and what are the other two?
Land use designation for the property, zoning, and site plan.
And site plan. Okay.
So, Anne Marie?
It's all or nothing?
This is a first reading. Everything that we're doing today, we got to do again at the first meeting of April.
So there won't be any vote that's binding tonight?
Correct.
Okay. To the chair, right? Okay.
Any other, Commissioner Katz?
Just to staff for clarification, because some of the comments made from the gentleman representing the project confused me for a second. It has to be built to the 3-day, 100-year storm specifications to hold the water on site. That's a condition of approval. Is the project presented to us? I was under the impression that as we're looking at it, that is capable of holding the 3-day, 100-year storm. The gentleman made some comments that confused me because it implied that they believed they were only held to the 25-year, 3-day storm. So can I get clarification that what's been presented to us tonight is what's required based on city specifications for the 100-year storm.
Yes, so after the review, the city puts conditions on the project. The conditions are, the first one has nothing to do with that. The second condition, since there is no outfall, the site must demonstrate that the top of the perimeter berm is at the 100-year, 3-day storm stage. So that's a condition of approval that they have to meet. So we are asking if these plans depict that. These are site plans, so they don't have that level of detail. So we don't, the answer is that's the level of detail that comes after it moves forward into final site plan, but they have to do it. If they do not do it, then they will not be approved, because that's a condition of approval. And then the second required is that the site takes any stormwater runoff from another site if they choose to. It has to accommodate that runoff also. So both of those have to be met in the design. It is our understanding that this site plan met that. That's what was demonstrated to us. The engineer, news to me, is saying now that it doesn't. So they would have to meet that for this site plan to move forward.
To the gentleman's comments and one of the residents' concerns, does that then mean that the elevations are going to change as they were presented to us tonight?
That we can't answer until the engineer does their work and does their calculations. It could result in that. It also could result in less homes, or it could result in other design changes. Those, if the engineer is correct, then that's what would have to happen to meet that condition, and that is a condition on the approval that staff's recommending. Again, that's staff's recommendation.
And the reason why is we're not approving the permitting on each of the individual homes, because it's up to the prospective buyers to choose which type of home that they would like there.
Yeah, that's correct. We're not doing that detail permitting at this point. But that condition stays with the detail permitting.
Are there any further questions from the board? Seeing none, we had read into the record proposed ordinance number 19-001. May I have a motion? Yeah, motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second? Well, I want to have a vote.
I'm going to second for annexation only.
Okay, well, we do one thing at a time.
That's what I'm doing.
All right. So may I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant?
Yes.
Commissioner Katz?
Yes.
Commissioner Gray?
Yes.
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 All right.
Ordinance 19002, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as Country Trail and described herein, owned by M2D Country Trail LLC, changing the land use designation from medium residential MR5, maximum density 5 dwelling units per acre, to low density residential LDR, maximum density 7.5 dwelling units per acre, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 Ordinance 19003, an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Ordinance 02013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as Country Trail from agricultural residential Palm Beach County AR to Plan Unit Development PUD, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? May I have a roll call, please?
No.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And as for item C, may have a motion to table to the next meeting.
Second with discussion.
Yes.
The reason I started asking about the confusion with regards to the water retention is because to me that is singularly the most important aspect of this project is the drainage. A lot of the other concerns and disputes amongst neighboring communities and the property owner are subjective by nature and abide by existing code. But my sole determination at the end of that vote for the site plan will be based on concrete evidence, irrefutable evidence that the stormwater on that property can and will be retained on that property. And again, some of the statements that were made today gave me pause with regards to possible modifications to elevation of those houses on the eastern side of the property. So the motion was to table, and in between now and that next reading, certainly at that next reading for the public's sake, but for my own sake, in between now and that next reading, I'm going to need to see as much information as humanly possible so that I can know and safely vote on this. I know that as it's been articulated, that's kind of later in the process, but that again, to me, that is the single most objective issue that affects the adjacent communities. So to the applicant and all parties, I need to see as much scientific and engineering evidence as possible to justify approval of this site plan before I commit to it at the future date. So with that, the motion's been made to table.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 8D, approve Ocean Breeze East major site plan. Would the board like to take a 5-minute break to stretch? Okay.
Thank you.
We will now begin with item, was it 8D, approve Ocean Breeze East major site plan modification for multifamily residential rental apartments consisting of 123 dwelling units within 4 3-story buildings, a clubhouse, community space, and associated recreational amenities and parking on 3.95 acres.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to make a proposal that any approvals after 10 o'clock is just an automatic yes.
Nice try.
Can I get a second on that? No. Okay. Anyway, thank you for having us. I'll try to be short and sweet. We're very excited about Ocean Breeze, and hold on. Just get this going. We're here for our site plan proposal of 123 units. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm tired. My name is Elizabeth Roque. I'm with Centennial Management. I'm also here with our CEO, Louis Sweezy, and our civil engineer, Brandon Allman. Okay, this is the site, which is on 7th and Seacrest. This is our proposed site plan. These are our elevations. They're actually really pretty. These don't do it justice. They're 3-story buildings. That's a real picture of our project we just finished in South Dade called La Jolla Estates, and the property the colors will look exactly like that as well as the building. Just another real picture. That's some retail space underneath there, in the corner there. One, 2, and 3-bedroom units. And again, the units all come with, beautiful balconies, wood cabinets, granite countertops, tile floors, walk-in closets, lights, washers and dryers, window treatments, beautiful color scheme, luscious landscaping, hurricane impact windows, alarms for alarm-ready units, 6-foot sidewalks, a fitness center, street parking, energy-efficient exterior lighting, a playground/tot lot, and a clubhouse with a swimming pool. I'm struggling here, hold on. Just our green certifications. So we have the high-efficiency 15-SEER AC units, Energy Star appliance packages, WaterSense plumbing fixtures, Energy Star lighting fixtures, energy-efficient hurricane impact windows, and sliding glass doors and programmable thermostats. And again, we at Centennial Management are very excited to get this project underway, and we're hoping that we can just have your approval and blessing and get our shovels in the ground. That's it. Short and sweet.
Questions?
Yes. Commissioner McCray, would you like to begin?
Yeah, thank you. Lori, this question is for you. I remember some years ago, this is what happens when you're one of the oldest people sitting up here. We used to have colored palettes that came before this commission, you know, saying that this is the color that we agreed upon. When did y'all do away with that? Oh, yes, we did. We had it.
That's been a long, long time.
Well, that's all right.
Is Amanda still here?
Yeah, Amanda's here.
Are you familiar with?
We still do require it.
I know staff reviews, but does it
And
come to
staff
commi-
reviews it. We typically have them in the meeting, but we don't show them because nobody asks for them. But we typically do have them available. On this project, do you have them, Amanda?
We don't have them. We still do require them for every
City
project. They
staff.
typically do come in either today or they'll come in with permitting depending on the project. They did submit color renderings, but they still have to submit the actual color chip, so we haven't received them yet.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm not losing it, but I like to say to Ocean Breeze, I'm happy with your colors, but I'm just making sure that, you know, I used to see colors, and like I'm saying, we probably could have stopped this problem. I'm just saying that came up with the schoolhouse. I'm just saying the old schoolhouse, they're talking about the colors that we're putting on there, and I'm, you know, this is my concern right now, but, you know, it might be deviating, but I know I'm not losing it. Thank you. That's all for me.
Any other comments from the board? Yes, Commissioner Katz.
And you're okay with all conditions of approval as stated?
Yes, we are.
Okay. One of the things is that, are you plan on saving the current trees that are on the property to use within the facility?
I don't know about that. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. We don't have any idea about that. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Trees.
the trees that are currently there that have been there for a long time. You know, I'm looking up the parking, and I didn't see it attached on the agenda. It seems that you're requesting less than the required spaces.
We're doing 222 parking spaces. The minimum requirement is 217.
That's not what it says in the backup. It said it was 260. You had a traffic engineering study done that allowed for the lower amount.
Yes. Give me a second. We had for the parking, we originally had 285 required parking spaces, but the reduction per the traffic engineer allowed us to have 217 but we're providing 222.
I'm not happy with that because, you know, basically you're saying that we require so much parking, and then you're saying we don't need it at this location. You know, why wasn't the traffic part, you know, part of the backup? You know, we don't have this plan here.
Yes, that isn't in your back, but it was something they submitted. If you remember a few meetings back, staff brought before you.
Ed, I'm sorry,
parking.
but they don't know you. You didn't
Yeah, you got to state your name, Ed.
I apologize, thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Brees, Planning and Zoning Administrator. A few meetings ago, we brought you a parking analysis, reducing required parking in certain circumstances. This is one of the circumstances in which we envisioned that being used. They provided a parking study. When they originally started in the review process, yes, they were required about 275, but that number came down after that code amendment. So it's not that far a reduction in parking from 275 to 217.
I mean, that seems like a lot of spaces.
That was a lot of spaces, and again, that's why we brought the parking amendments before you, because that was way more parking that would have been necessary for a project of this nature. So you adopted the changes recommended by staff, which dropped that number considerably lower. They came in with their parking study. Their parking study made sense to us based on what it was they were proposing, the caveats that they're putting in the lease agreements with the tenants, and they're also operators of several other locations, and they're using those numbers as well. Once we looked at all of those numbers combined, staff was fine with the parking that was being suggested.
So basically you're saying that they can charge extra for parking now?
No, what we're saying is when people come to sign a lease, they're going to ask how many parking spaces.
Right.
They're not charging for those parking spaces. If somebody comes and says, I have 4 or 5 cars, well, obviously that doesn't fit into the MOP.
Right.
They need to look at another location to lease.
I mean, that's kind of where, you know, we have the certain amount of parking spaces required for the 1 bedroom. It was 1.5,
Correct.
2 bedrooms was 2 cars, and I guess for 3 bedrooms it was more than that.
Yeah,
plus
yes, it grew exponentially as you had units. Yes.
Plus, you know, there's a certain amount of guest spots required.
Correct.
And so, you know, based upon the data that they use for their own studies, we said that was okay. And the problem I have is that it's not part of the backup.
Okay.
Is that, you know, it's like...
Yes, I apologize. If that's something you want to see in the backup, we can obviously provide it. We have reams of paper that we get on projects. I don't think you want it all, but if that's something that you specifically would like, we can certainly provide that.
Because, you know, like you mentioned that they're not going to charge extra for, you know, a 3-bedroom house to have 3 cars, but, you know, we can't legislate that. And so if someone's trying to, you know, someone has a 1-bedroom with 2 cars, because it's, you know, 2 adults living in that one place, you know, are they going to get charged extra? And that's something that I would not want to see. That's why we have...
No, just to explain, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. What it is you're not going to be allowed to have more than 2 cars. You cannot sign a lease with more than 2 cars.
Amanda's got some information.
Right.
So that's the thing. If there's 123 spots, multiply that by 2.
Again, we understand that...
Which is still lower than what we require,
Yes.
but...
And we understand that some of the 1-bedrooms will only have 1 car.
Absolutely.
Some of the 1-bedrooms may not have any cars.
Correct.
Again, we're looking at an affordable housing project.
Right.
A workforce housing project.
No, it's affordable. They put it on their, you know, title. And so, you know, I understand that affordable means it's subsidized by the Florida Housing Tax Corporation.
Yes. Your questions are very valid. I appreciate you asking those. I'm just trying to help you understand where staff's comfort level is.
Okay, and that's kind of where I'm at is that, you know, we want to make sure that, you know, we don't have too many, you know, more parking than what is needed. However, we just made that adjustment so that we can accept this traffic study, you know, parking study, and now you reviewed it and said it was okay, but we never got, you know, as the board never had a chance to review it.
Understood. And again, please understand that they have a track record with these same type of developments elsewhere, so we have to believe that their parking numbers...
Well, that's the problem, when you ask, I don't want to do something mean, but when you ask the company that makes the products for their own data, they're not going to give you bad data.
No, I understand that.
And so that's something that I'm looking at. And so that's kind of where, if we're relying on, I see that they have it from the urban planning, the JMD engineering, the 22% reduction. I just,
Again, remember that 22% reduction is based on the old numbers when they started in the review process. That number is considerably lower. That percentage is considerably lower.
And they're required now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
and again, just to make a point, they keep and manage their projects. They don't build them and then walk away from them, and it's the others.
We can't legislate that.
No, I understand that, but they do not want to build something that creates a problem for themselves.
Well, that's kind of irrelevant in that sense, because they may want to flip it and sell it as condos, which they'd lose a lot of money with the tax credits, but they have that right. And so that's...
I'll let them speak to that.
And so that, I'm not saying that, we have to have that as a condition, but just as for the future regarding parking, we need to, because one of our conditions on approval are 2 extra handicap spaces. And so was that in the original plan?
No, that was something that was added by the Planning and Development Board.
And so, do they have to redo the site plan to get those 2, or they plan on taking that from the...
As part of the permitting process, they will show those 2, if you agree to that condition, they will show those 2 additional parking spaces, and it'll either come from, it was discussed at the meeting, probably from a reduction slightly in a landscape island to make that work.
Oh. And so that
which is another possibility. They could lose 1 parking spot to accommodate the 2 additional handicap parking spaces.
And let me ask you another question regarding parking. If we request or put a condition on approval of electric vehicle charging, would that reduce, or would that be considered one of the parking spaces?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow the question.
So we have certain projects. I remember with our memory care unit, we put in a condition on approval was the electric vehicle charging station. Is that something that if we ask that to be part of the parking, does that count as one of their spaces, or do they need to add an additional space for that?
They could place it at proposed parking spaces without losing any parking spaces.
Okay. All right. And I guess that's, my question regarding the parking situation. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
So I'm not in favor of losing any additional landscaping aspect of it, and so I would be happy if it's just the 1 extra handicap parking space, because there are no elevators, so the amount of people who need to get to the 2nd and 3rd floor can't really use the handicap parking space. But I would like the electric vehicle charging station. Is that something you'll be willing to do in one of the places?
Good evening, Brandon Ulmer. I'm the civil engineer for the project. I'd like to speak to the handicap parking spaces first. Right now, there's 9 handicap parking spaces. Code's only required 7.
Right.
So we believe we're already offering 2 additional handicap spaces above code.
So that was already included in the...
Right. We're already 2 above code.
Okay.
So that's one thing. And the second thing is for the electric vehicle charging, this is a low-income housing, so we don't really...
the fun part is that you can still, you would know if they have an electric vehicle there. This is, we are in the 21st century, and the old vehicles are starting to be used. And yeah.
We're happy to do one, and
Yeah.
we'll do it experimental. If it's popular, we'll add
I
more.
really appreciate that because, it takes, to do something to start the change because, if they're low income and they don't realize they don't have to pay money on gas, they may get the more electric vehicles.
And in the future, electric cars might become more economically efficient, and the prices are coming down. We'll try one as an experimental, something new to us, but it's a way of the future. But what I'd like to do is to stick with our original site plan with the handicap requirements, because I think more parking is more important than handicap, and we always find, and all our communities are under-solicited.
And so I absolutely, if you already have the 2 additional for above required, that you don't need another 2 additional to that.
Correct. Thank you.
I did have the question regarding the current landscaping. I know that your site plan is going to either cut down or remove the trees. And so I don't know if you're able to save the trees because you do have some very mature trees on that.
Well, I'm all in favor of always saving trees because green foliage is beautiful, but I don't know if they sit in the way of the buildings.
Well, that's the question is if they're able to be moved, and so that's something that...
Oh, move them.
Yeah.
It's probably easier just to replace them with the smaller, brand new species.
So that's kind of where it is.
I think it's a big economic burden, and it's more than that, it's even very time consuming, because usually when you move a tree, you have to prune them, and they have to sit for a couple months before you can do it.
Well, but there are some palms there, I believe the sable palms, that you might be able to move pretty easily. And your engineer behind you said, yeah. So...
Okay, well, that's no problem, if it's a stable palm, but I'm thinking of a big, like, royal oak or something.
Yeah, if it's an oak tree, I understand that those are very difficult to move, and the root systems would not comply with what you're trying to do, but...
Yeah, but a palm tree is not a problem.
Okay. And then the other thing is that, the CRA board sold you the property, and so we don't really have any things for the conditions on approval. But one of the things that I'd like to talk to you is the community benefits agreement. Your next door neighbor to the north, you have a couple nonprofits with the Bridges, Circles, and Pathways to Prosperities. And so what I'd like to, I don't know if you're familiar with this at all?
Oh, but I'm familiar with you asking me if I did something like this before.
So who's doing the feedback? Is it me? And
I'm sorry, maybe I'm too close to the mic.
And so the whole situation is that it is affordable housing, and so you do have the lower end of the income spectrum coming there, and the Bridges, Circles, and Pathways to Prosperity are nonprofit organizations. You also have the Community Caring Center that's coming in on Northeast 9th that's currently on Northeast 4th. I know that you mentioned you give it back to the community for your people in the, who are living there currently. We're asking you, are you willing to make, someone told me this from Delray, so this is where the numbers I got from, was that it was $5,000 a year for 5 years to the local nonprofits that are literally 3 blocks away from you.
Well,
I don't mean to be rude, but we're like at step 10 of step 10 on this, and none of this was discussed prior, so I'm not.
No, it's Commissioner Katz. Absolutely, this is my request.
So I'm just going to say I oppose this because it has never been raised in any previous meeting.
Yeah, I learned about it in February, so I didn't have the opportunity to do it before.
I don't mind meeting with you, and I don't even mind making, I'll do that, but who picks the nonprofits?
That would be you. So
I'll give them to, I'm a guarantee 5,000. You know what, I even have a charitable trust account.
Yeah.
That I give a lot of money to local, matter of fact, into neighborhoods like this, to local churches. So I don't mind doing it personally pledging it out of my own, my own charitable trust.
Okay.
I think I've already given quite a bit of money, and I still do, and I do it and around all my communities I build in.
I appreciate that, and that's it. It was my question regarding the parking. I think it had more to do with the staff issue, because this is the first time we've had the issue with the new code, and so I'm sorry if I caught you guys unaware of what the new requirements are in the city of Boynton Beach regarding parking. I appreciate what you're doing with saving any trees and helping out the community. So I'm all for this.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner McRae.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm going to side with Vice Mayor, because first of all, this project here, is for affordable, and I don't want to say that we got to lock somebody in saying for 5 years you guarantee something. I'm just saying like $5,000 to a nonprofit. Sir, for us to do that tonight, it's unfair to you. I'm just saying we did not sit down and discuss this with you. Who's a nonprofit? I'm just saying when we do this, everybody's going to say that they are a nonprofit. I'm not in favor of this right now until after we meet and everybody started discussing this here. It's like a slam dunk in our face of people that's sitting up here. This is my first time hearing about it too, Mayor, and I don't think it's fair.
No, like I mentioned before, it was part of...
Sir, that was you.
Yeah, it was the Race to Equity Summit. I spoke with Chuck Ridley from Delray.
That's Ridley from Delray. I wasn't there.
So this is why I'm bringing it up now, because I don't have an opportunity to talk to you guys about this.
But now, Mayor, you're saying you have an opportunity, but you're saying that, what about doing it? You're telling them that this is something that you want them to do. You didn't say that you're going to meet with us as a group and discuss it with us. You made a decision tonight by yourself.
Correct.
And that's wrong.
No.
We vote on it. No.
Well, it's not part of the conditions, so it doesn't matter, that's the other aspect of it. So all of my
requests, sir.
And so I appreciate all that you're doing for the community. Is there any other questions that the board has? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind me saying, your staff does a wonderful job representing the city, and they're awful tough to deal with, and they fight hard for you all. Thank you.
Moving on to item 11C. Authorize Vice Mayor Ramos to travel to the Advanced Institute for Elected Municipal Officials training to be held in Tampa, Florida, April 12th to the 13th.
So moved.
Second for discussion.
Yes.
I have it.
Okay, I asked the question when I met with the city staff, what was the balance in this account?
So we have budgeted in for business meetings in the commission's budget $22,800, and to date $7,500 has been spent. That was the commissioner's question earlier today.
Right. Thank you. And I just want to say to Commissioner Romulus, I am not questioning that about you going, but I'm glad that you are going, because I made those two institutes myself, and it's beneficial. I'm glad that you're furthering your education when you want to be an elected official. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, on the previous item, the conditions of approval didn't mention removing the 2 parking spaces. I believe it was your intent. Do you want to revisit that?
So the comments from the applicant is that they have the 2 additional was part of the original site plan.
You're good with that? Yeah. Okay.
And so that's...
I just want to make sure.
So the fact is that
it's just a condition of approval, so I didn't hear you approve it with removing that from a condition of approval.
Because
I
it's
just want
already
to
been met.
clarify, the site plan does show 2 above code. The P&D added another conditions of approval that requested 2 additional spaces.
So I think we voted not to include their additional unnecessary recommendation.
Okay, so that's in the motion that was done.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought the way it was worded.
Okay.
Were the 2.
Our next item is removal of a advisory board member. Commissioner Romulus, would you like to discuss?
Yes, Mayor. I wanted to bring up this item as a conversation simply because we have seen recently some gross and just blatant abuse of power by an individual who sits on our Planning and Development Board by the name of David Katz. This is a clear just violation of our ethics here, not only in the city of Boynton Beach, but in the state of Florida. And the fact that we as a board have allowed for this to go on for so long, I believe is just improper. And I believe we need to send a clear message tonight that we as a commission will not be bullied, nor will we be intimidated by individuals who believe that they should have levels of power that they do not here in this city. So I would make a motion effective immediately to remove the individual, David Katz, from the Planning and Development Board, and again, to make sure that we have clear and concise message being sent out that no one can hold this commission hostage simply based on their whim and their will here in the city of Boynton Beach. We have ethics, we have rules that we need to follow, and clearly this individual has violated all of that, and I believe we had to make sure we make a statement on that tonight.
Do you have any evidence of the violations? Did you file a letter with the Commission on Ethics and have that, or is this your opinion?
Mayor, I do not have a chain of letters or commands or anything like that in terms of showing the violations that this individual's had, but I believe in terms of what we've seen in the past and the actions that this individual has taken, it is clear and it is obvious that the violations of power and the violations of the position that the person currently is in, it shouldn't have to, I mean, it's basically spelled out. It should not have to be analyzed or further investigated for us to see that this is clearly a violation of just an abuse of the power and the position that this individual sits in currently.
Commissioner Tai, just that easier. Go ahead.
I have a question for our city attorney, Mr. Cheroff. Just wanted to confirm with you, the members of the advisory boards, do they serve at the pleasure of the commission?
They do. They're appointed by the commission. They're subject to removal by members of the commission as well.
Is it the case for any or no reason at all?
There's no necessity to state a reason for cause on any of those.
Okay.
It's possible to do that, but it's not necessary.
And is there any notice required?
There is not.
Okay. I believe in, we have due process, and so if you make allegations, you do need to make sure they're substantiated, especially here on the dais. We are actually immune from civil immunity. I have civil immunity according to the speech and debate clause of the Constitution. I've had dealings with David Katz. I think we all have had dealings with David Katz. The situation is that, for those comments that you've made, I'd like to see some evidence that you'd like to bring forward. We've all have seen the previous dealings where he has been a lobbyist for items that he has once voted on and chaired, and then we changed the rules to reflect that. The situation is that if you're aware of these things, that's kind of why I wanted it tabled, so that we'd have the opportunity to get some more information. But that was my opinion. So do I have a second on the Commissioner Romulus' motion?
I second.
Discussion? Yes.
I'm in agreement with the mayor that while I think I fully understand Commissioner Romulus's position here based on experiences over the past 3 years and statements made to me by a number of prominent business people who conduct business with the city on a regular basis, but without evidence, I would be unable to support the removal. With that being said, there's a natural process absent evidence, but when we have concerns for the quality of members on our advisory boards, and that process is each year we reappoint or appoint members on a semi-annual basis. So I'm kind of on the same page with the mayor that while I fully understand what you're saying, absent evidence, I wouldn't want to go down a path to perpetuate a narrative that this is being done for any other reason besides provable evidence. So if there is anything that could be presented, by all means. If not, I'd feel more comfortable simply exercising my right to appoint or not appoint members at the appropriate time when that comes up during the course of the year.
Yes, Commissioner McCray.
Thank you. I'm going to concur with the mayor and the vice mayor.
All right. So, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. I believe it goes 4-1. Is that correct, Commissioner Tai?
It was a yes.
Okay, so it's 3-2. I'm sorry. Or 2-3, and against removing Board Member Katz from the Planning and Zoning Board.
Board Member David Katz.
David Katz. All right.
No relation.
Yes.
Just kidding.
Moving 12A, discuss adoption of anti-lobbying ordinance applicable to city board members. May I have a motion to remove from the table?
I'll move.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Before, Vice Mayor, you begin, are you okay with going with what the state constitution has and having an earlier effective date?
I think relative to what I'm bringing up, and the city attorney maybe could weigh in, the amendment that was passed pertained explicitly to elected officials, is that correct?
Constitutional amendment, yes.
So my position here, the point of this discussion, we've already passed an ordinance prohibiting individuals who serve on our advisory boards from simultaneously serving in a dual capacity as a paid lobbyist to the city. I think going one step further to ensure that members of advisory boards don't get tempted to leave an advisory board to take a lobbying job. The point of this item is to discuss a 12-month to 18-month prohibition on advisory board members becoming lobbyists to the city after departing from an advisory board, so that if someone's on an advisory board and they're tempted to become a lobbyist and want to circumvent the ordinance we passed, they could simply resign from the advisory board to do that. I think that you might run afoul of some conflict there if I'm serving on a board and then I decide to leave that board and then lobby this commission. So I would request a discussion and certainly support, and again, the city attorney can weigh in on developing language for an ordinance that prohibits advisory board members from serving from becoming lobbyists to the city for a period of 12 to 18 months at the discretion of this commission. I'm open to either.
I'm kind of against it in the sense is that these are volunteers, and if they want to take a position, I know that when we had people on, we had independent members on our CRA board, they understood the conflict of interest, and so for them to say, hey, I can't, be removed and then lobby, I feel like the fact that you can't do both at the same time, it just means that you're not going to hopefully get hired back on the advisory board if you leave to become a lobbyist, and it's apparent of what has happened. So to add that, I'm not okay with that. I thought this was more for the city commission if they were trying to lobby after they left, that you were talking about Amy Kelly or something like that.
I think that we're legally prohibited now for 6 years.
There's the start date is what, 2021?
I just missed it.
Yeah, it had a longer start date, so that the current board can, the current representatives.
We have it
In regards to that,
Yes, Commissioner McCray.
I'm on the same line, sir, that you are. People that serve on the advisory boards, it's a voluntarily. Thanks to one thing. So I'm just in favor of not doing that. I'm just saying, we can't get people to serve now.
Yep. Yes, Commissioner Tai.
I, of course, reviewed the meeting minutes of the previous meetings involving this topic. And from what I understood, the confusion lies in an understanding of the word advocate versus a lobbyist. Could Mr. Chair provide us definitions from the point of view of the law
and differentiate between these two. Perhaps there is no conflict if we use the proper language.
Well, the term lobbyist, by definition, includes compensation. The term advocate does not. So you can advocate for the purpose of influence or some other type of gain other than monetary position gain, if you will, influence in the community. That would be advocate. Lobbying would be for money.
So I would want to make sure that this is specific to paid lobbying. I wouldn't want to restrict anyone's ability to convey their opinion or their position as an individual, but
I concur.
In tightening up some of the work we've done in lieu, or not in lieu of, but in response to some of the historic actions in this city, I've taken it personally as an extension of some of the attention I've paid to the Quantum Park Overlay District and then our lobbying ordinance, and watching what happened with the state constitutional amendment, that I think that, you know, the more loopholes we close and the more we restrict the ability of unethical activity to occur, the more happy I am as an elected official to be able to tell the taxpayers that we are doing everything to ensure that in the city of Boynton Beach there is no unscrupulous or unethical activity. And if this type of ordinance were passed, I think that it would codify that into law.
Yep. So I guess, Vice Mayor Katz, would you like to make a motion for a specific time, whether it be 12 or 18 months?
Yeah, so I would make a motion to direct the city attorney to draft ordinance language to come back to us, specifying that for a period of 12 months, any member of an advisory board who vacates their position for any reason is prohibited from becoming a paid lobbyist to the City of Boynton Beach Commission and CRA.
What is the recourse that we're trying to put against this paid lobbyist?
What do you mean the recourse? Like,
well, you know, that's the thing. It's a free country, and the people are looking for work. So
some sort of penalty that the city attorney can look at.
I don't know if we have the ability to create a municipal infraction for someone looking for work.
Well, by the same token, we just passed an ordinance that prohibits lobbying on an advisory board. If the only punishment for lobbying on an advisory board is removal from the advisory board, that's not really a punishment. So we're still in the same vein here.
We're not going to make a crime of it. You know, the question is that are we going to try to put a fine of a certain amount? And
yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
And so then if it's constitutional for us to create a fine for someone, you know, from being on a voluntary position to a paid position, that's legal. I don't think it is, but I'll defer. If you want to spend the city's money on the attorney, yeah.
It doesn't cost you any more to have me research it and bring it back in the form of a penalty that could be done.
Thank you.
Okay. And so, Commissioner McRae, yes.
Thank you. I'm in favor of what you said. I'm just saying, suppose somebody leave for a job. I'm just saying, you know, research it and see if any other cities is doing what we're trying to do.
I mean, the situation is that someone from one of our boards works for AT&T, FPL. You're preventing them from
being a paid lobbyist to the city.
Yeah.
That's the intent.
And so I'm against that, and so you'll need a second, and I'll call for a vote.
I second.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Commissioner Romulus, I didn't get your vote.
Nay.
So, sorry, Jim, you don't get a research. And now we're on to 12C, ordinance number 19-011.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Part 3 Land Development Regulations, Chapter 2 Land Development Processes, Article 1, Section 5, updating the provisions of the city's voluntary green building program, revising the uses of revenue collected through the city's green building fee, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
All right, may I have a motion to approve? So move. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Aye.
All right. Anything on future agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Meeting is adjourned.